Dr. Kirkland.
Good evening, everybody. Um, let's number one hope that everybody, if you're on this call, the only thing that might be hurting you is your shoulder, your back, from the shoveling, or your eyesight if you were online all day teaching remotely. Regardless of how you feel, I am really happy that you're here today. And you're going to remember Monday, January 26th is that day when District 23, Brownsville's finest, chose a math curriculum. There's probably only one more thing that's more important than that, and that was us choosing our ELA and our reading program. But today is a very close second. And I want to make sure that we give a few people the thanks that they deserve. So my partners in crime, Doctors McCoy and Dr. Phillips, you know that I thank you for everything that you've done to make today special. Nicole Williams, I really want to thank you and your entire team for doing everything that you did. You talked about you providing support for a district, which we call like year zero. I don't even know what we call year zero anymore. We made like 0.5. Um, but I really want to thank you all. We called on you all, and you came out with flying colors to get us to where we are now. Natalie and Patrice, you know I go off on you regularly. I push you very hard, but you've literally risen to the challenge. And I want to thank you and our entire district team for all of your Herculean efforts to make this day possible. The E4E group, my wife says you shouldn't speak in acronyms, but the Educators for Excellence, I want to thank you for all the work that you did to really be able to help not only set this day up, but even to help us moving forward. My other partner in crime, President Elcock from the CEC, I want to thank you and all of our parents. You were a true partner in getting this off the ground. We could not have done this without you, President Elcock, and all of the CEC, all of our parents, all of our PTA representatives. I thank all of you, and I see the hearts coming up so that my parents are out there full force. My principals and the assistant principals, you really did a lot of the groundwork to get us here. You know that I appreciate you and the Herculean effort that you did today with the pivot to remote is never going to be forgotten. The mayor is very proud of you, so I'm speaking on his behalf, and definitely our chancellor. I saw a lot of people on the line, the teachers on the line. I saw one of my, let me see, where's she at? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, one of those like Tiffany Tavella, you and your whole crew. Tiffany Tavella, you and
Welcome
your
to the
whole
audio
crew.
conferencing center.
Good. They wanted me to be interrupted, Tiffany. But you are an example of a teacher that's been here from the ground up. So you're going to thank everybody, Tiffany, on my behalf, because you, the teachers, started off at the district office when, remember, you had all of those binders from the different curriculum, and you were reading through those. You were really paying attention. You were asking critical questions. So you and the teachers, as well as our paraprofessionals and school aides, should definitely be commended. And of course, our parents. This is going to impact you directly because while we know curriculum do not teach children, teachers do. So, parents, I really want to thank you in advance for your support. Um, you're going to be that first teacher. You're going to be the person that when your kid comes home and says they need extra help in this, you're going to be the one to be able to help them. And you're going to be able to say that you had something to do with this. So now that we've gotten all the thanks out of the way, let's talk about, they say the good speechwriter tells them what you're going to tell them, tells them, and then tell them what you told them. So today what we're going to be doing is New York City Solves. As soon as I'm done giving this little 2-minute presentation, New York City Solves is going to come on. Then we're going to have the program showcases. Basically what that means is the two different curricula are going to put us into little private rooms. They're going to talk to us based on the grade level that your child is at to be able to answer any and all questions that we have. Then we're going to have a panel discussion led by President Elcock from our CEC, where we can be able to get those granular questions answered. And then finally, we're going to open it up for participant feedback because this is not going to be a one-way discussion, but we really want you to ask us these critical questions. They say there's a parable that says the emperor wears no clothes. Dr. Kirkland doesn't like to be without clothes in front of people. So please, let's make sure that we get all of those. There's no such thing as a crazy question tonight. Everybody got that? Well, there is an example, but we don't have those people on the line. Okay, good. So let's go to our next slide, the up until now. I'm not directing this, so somebody can just tell me when it's up. Okay, so there we go. So very quickly, what has happened up until now. So like I said, in the district office, our dream team reviewed all of what we call the highly qualified math curricula. And that was not an easy task. Our educators took that on this same time last year, it was spring 2025, where they got to be able to look with all of the curricula that were available from New York City. And they actually brought it back to their schools, back to their principals, and said, okay, listen, you know what? Let me look through this and see what's best for my class. And they were very good about not only looking at it for general ed classes, students with disabilities, our scholars, the whole 9 yards. How it's going to look from a parent perspective. Is it online? Is it just hard copy? All of those questions were done there. Then we decided to actually pilot some of these across our District 23 schools. So I really want to thank those principals that raised their hands and those teachers that raised their hands and said, you know what, we're willing to pilot this curriculum in our respective schools. So we did that across a number of our schools in various different schools, and that should be commended because those teachers were the first ones to say, you know what, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do it for my kids. Then we had the intervisitations and showcases where we actually put them in almost like a fishbowl and said, you know what, we're going to come in there with 10 other individuals to be able to look and see what it is that you were teaching. They opened up their doors, whether or not it was in the first thing in the morning, later on in the afternoon, before lunch, after lunch. But that was really, really important so that everybody, we didn't just believe you, but we wanted to be able to see it for ourselves. So we had a whole lot of schools that did that, and we call those showcases, and we're very happy about that. Then the job embedded support. That's when we started involving our parents, where they actually got to come and see these lessons going on as well. So we really want to thank them for that. The last thing is that we actually just last week we had a dedicated principal meeting just about choosing of the math curriculum. We got a ton of feedback around that. And one of the biggest things is that they said they wanted more. And guess what? Today is more. So today we're having this town hall. Everybody knows that we were supposed to have it on in person. But listen, somebody said they didn't want it that way. They decided to have 11 inches of snow. So we're doing it this way, and it's still going to be amazing. Okay, let's go to the next slide real quick. Okay, so now we have the rollout of how this is going to happen. So the first thing is that we're going to be selecting the middle school shared curriculum, and we're committed to having this, whatever we choose, in all of our middle schools. Let me say that again, in all of our middle schools. I've also made it very clear that Dr. Kirkland has no, let's call it horse or pony in this show. And I want you to believe me when I say it, that I'm really depending on us to make a joint decision in this regard. Now, of course, I'm going to be making the final decision, but I'm guaranteeing you that no decision has been made at this point in time now beyond these two curricula that are going to be coming out tonight. We also want to talk about the teacher embedded support that you'll be hearing a little bit about later on. So once we start with this curricula, not only will all of our teachers receive the support from the administrators that are on the line, from the district office, as well as New York City Solves. So we're committed to making sure that this goes right. The next thing is the parent support. You know that at every one of our CEC meetings, this has been Dr. Kirkland's topic of choice that we've been doing to be able to answer any questions that parents have in this regard. It doesn't get more important than this. And then finally, the selection of the material in the core curriculum. So we're going to be receiving monies. So everything will essentially be paid for out of different funds. I don't want to bore you with the logistics in that regard, but just know any and everything that a teacher needs in order for this to be successful will be handled. I want to say that that's it on my behalf. And now we're going to have the amazing people from New York City Solves.
So good evening, Dr. Kirkland. Good evening, Brownsville, District 23. My name is Nicole Williams. I'm the Executive Director of STEM for New York City Public Schools, and I'm joined this evening by Kathy, who many of you have probably seen. She has been working closely with the district team. She was at the last CEC meeting, and Kathy has been on the ground really supporting with the curriculum choices that are taking place. So we are super excited to be here. And when Kathy heard that this was a remote meeting, she said, I just have to join tonight to be with D23 because this is such an important and amazing moment for your children. And so NYC Solves aims to do a few things, but really, we believe in rigorous instruction for all students, no matter which district you're in, no matter your socioeconomic status. We believe in rigorous instruction for all students. And so, in connection with New York City Reads, New York City Solves aims to make sure that all students receive grade level content every single day. And in order to make that a reality in schools, we need to help our teachers make a shift away from memorization and procedures and steps. Um, these experiences are things that many of us experienced growing up, memorizing, following procedures, taking notes. But what we want to shift towards is more of a place where our students can make sense of the math, think about what they know, engage in conversation with one another, and allow the teacher to ask your students probing questions that get them to think deeper and to help your students make connections between the big concepts that appear across a grade and across a grade band. And so tonight we're going to give you just a little bit of background around NYC Solves, what we aim to do, the why behind some of the things that we do. And so I'm going to turn it over to Kathy to talk about some of what's coming up for us and thinking about why we've made some of the choices and how these choices will directly impact you and your students.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Good evening, everyone. So, as we think about what brings us here today, we can lean into two ideas. Number one, we're currently preparing students for jobs that don't even exist yet, using technologies that have yet to be invented in order to solve problems that we don't even know are problems yet. When we think about where we are today and where AI has taken us, that is an example of the types of changes that we mean. The skills that employers are expecting that graduates have in the future are skills like critical thinking, collaboration, innovation or innovative problem solving, analytical and creative thinking, and flexibility. It is said, according to the World Economic Forum, by 2030 that students that graduate from school, from college, should have these skills. So the whole point is that the world our children are growing into looks a lot differently than the world that we were growing into when we went to school. So our schools must prepare our students for thinking, not just remembering. So, to address our goals, we need to simultaneously address three core problems. The first is gaining equitable access to high quality instructional materials for all of our students. Said another way, shared use of high quality instructional materials is the single most powerful tool for equity in math instruction. The way that we have traditionally taught mathematics in the past don't work when a majority of our middle and high school students are not meeting grade level proficiency in mathematics. Across the city, 2/3 of our Black and Latino students are not performing at grade level in math, and students in temporary housing and students who have had formal gaps in their education are also falling behind. Our students of color or students living in poverty, our students with disabilities and multilingual learners are all scoring well below the citywide average to begin with, which wasn't really high to begin with. All of those things being said, there is an impetus for us to do something to address all of the needs of our students. So with that, we turn to math mindset. To really reach academic excellence, all students need to believe in the truth that they all have the capacity to be math people. When we think about people's interaction with math, oftentimes both students, parents, and educators all feel that math is about getting answers fast. And sometimes they lose confidence early. And we want to say that, also, sometimes people say that they are not math people because of the way that they were taught to do math, and it didn't necessarily work for them. So, in light of all of that, and we think about no one ever walks around saying that they're not a reading person, but we'll often hear people say that they're not math people. And we really want to work to combat that. So, with that, we are also building educator capacity so that all educators have the intellectual prowess and also the high quality instructional materials so that they can serve all of their students regardless of the level that they come in at. And this will promote equity across our system. So with that, I'm going to pass it back over to Nicole to speak a little bit more about our shifts.
Yeah, when we think about the high quality instructional material, which is the curriculum, that's really just the first step. It's making sure that all of our educators across the city are using similar and shared materials, right? That's just the basis. But what we do know is that we also need to provide additional supports on top of that resource. We need to think about the instructional practices that are happening in classrooms and how they need to change. And so New York City Public Schools has come up with math shifts. And you'll see on this chart, there's a from and there's a to. And so the from is generally practices that are currently happening in classrooms, and we want to move towards something different. It's not that the things in the from are bad. We've done them. We continue to do them. It's just that as more research comes out, we know that there are better practices, and that's what we want to move towards. Practices that are more equitable for all of our students. And so we want to make sure that we're moving away from just memorization to allowing our students to make sense of a problem. We want to make sure that the tasks that students have are really low enough that all students can do something, but high enough that it challenges students that need it. And so we prefer to see that versus having three different maybe problems happening in a classroom where your students may know, oh, okay, I'm always going to be in this lower group. Oh, I'm always going to be in the higher group, right? The idea of a low floor, high ceiling task is that everyone can be challenged at their level, and there are multiple ways to answer the problem. We want to make sure that students are not just repeating vocabulary words, right? Writing down definitions, but that they really are using the language to help them understand math in a deeper way. And that conversation that takes place in the classroom is really helping them build conceptual understanding around the what and the why. We also want to make sure that as we think about students in our classrooms, that we don't focus on the things that they don't know, but yet we focus on the things that they do know and how we can use those skills to help them achieve where we want them to go. So I'll give you an example. If a student doesn't know their multiplication facts, right? That's fine. But if I focus on that, then I'm not going to introduce them to other things. And so maybe they'll use repeated addition to solve the problem. They'll draw out an image, right? And this allows them to use multiple strategies. So I'm focusing on what they do know and helping them use that to get to where they want. And so we have some really, what I would say are ambitious goals. Kathy, if you can go to the next slide for me. Right? This goal around high quality materials across New York City has never been done. We're doing it in ELA, we're doing it in math, and this is ambitious, but it really is attainable. By 2028, we want all of our districts and schools to implement an evidence-based mathematics practices and a comprehensive multi-tier system of support. So not only are we going to be implementing a core curriculum, but we're also going to make sure that all schools and all districts are implementing additional supports for students as needed. And by 2035, we want to make sure that all students across New York City develop the abilities they need for education, career, and lifelong success. When your students leave New York City Public School, we want to make sure that they are ready for the workforce that is out there, for the jobs that are not even created yet. So when we look at our trajectory, again, we're creating a roadmap for success, a roadmap for educational success, career success, lifelong success. We know that this curriculum is the first step, but we know that in order to achieve all of our goals, we have to make sure that there are equitable practices that are happening across all classrooms in New York City. And that's where our math shifts come into place. And as we continue to develop these practices, we're really ensuring that your children, our children, the leaders of tomorrow are ready to take on any and everything that they are given and exposed to. And so there are two curricular options that your district is taking a look into. There are three options across the city, but your district has chosen, they got the top two. And so we're looking at Amplified DESMOS Mathematics and Illustrative Mathematics as the two programs that are going to help us achieve our goals and are going to help us on the pathway to lifelong educational and career success. And we're going to play a little snippet of a video. It's very short, but we want you to get an idea of what an experience could look like in the classroom. Both programs will give you this type of hands-on experience where you really see students making sense of the math. You see them engaging in conversation with one another and building understanding. And so as you watch this, think about how might this experience be different from the experiences that you've had growing up? And how do we think that this experience could actually be positive and beneficial to our students?
All right, just
What they're doing
you hear the
and
sound?
what they're multiplying. So that'd be two. There's one group of two, two groups of two, three groups of two.
Okay.
So that'd be equal to 3 times
I
2.
also noticed that this one, it will give you the same answer if you substitute this one. So it would go 1 plus 2 equals 3, and 3 times 1 equals 3. So it will give you the same answer.
So the same. Do their diagrams look like they are the same?
No, because they're not the same. They're not the same
I
length.
think they're kind of wrong, I think.
Okay, so why don't you draw a diagram how you would draw it for those expressions?
Okay.
I think
Okay, on the side
We can
there.
fix this one.
we draw 2 boxes.
2 boxes. One.
Okay, bring it back in 3.
One of the things that I want you to notice there is that the teacher could have easily told the students, she could have easily done the work, she could have easily showed them. But what she did was allow the students' brilliance to shine. We want to allow your students, your children's brilliance to shine in the math classroom so that they come home saying, I love math. I am a mathematician. And so the skills that we're teaching in our math classrooms, they go beyond math. We are teaching children critical thinking skills, collaboration, flexibility, problem solving, communication, all of the soft skills that they need to be successful when they leave New York City Public School. We're not abandoning basic facts. We're practicing that too, right? We're not taking away the teacher. The teacher is still there doing more teaching than she has ever done or he has ever done before. And we're not lowering our standards. We're making sure that we're preparing our students for tomorrow.
So why this matters for Brownsville District 23, it's about opportunity and access. We believe that every child deserves access to grade level math. We believe that instruction that values and empowers their thinking is of pivotal importance. And we want all of our learners to have confidence as a learner. So we turn to you to talk about how you can support their journey in becoming strong mathematics learners. Ask your children open-ended questions like, what did you do in math today? How did you solve it? Even if you don't understand the math that they're sharing, we ask that you engage in conversation with them about how they are solving. We ask for you to consider or ask them, what strategies did you try? Especially as Nicole explained, in this math, there are multiple entry points. There are opportunities for you to engage regardless of the level that you're in. So we could always ask students the strategy that they use, that they felt the most comfortable with, because the idea is not for them to just go through one single pathway of understanding. And then we can also ask them, what did someone else think about the math that they were doing, so that they can engage in discussion on how they collaborated with a partner to solve math. So in conclusion, we are shifting math instruction so every student can think, engage in grade level content every day, contribute, and succeed. Thank you so much. So with
Kathy and Nicole, thank you so very much for that. We appreciate you. This was a great overview so that we all understand why we're moving towards a shared high curriculum, high instructional curriculum material. Thank you so much for that. And you also helped us with understanding how the shifts should be embedded in that as well. Thank you so much. At this time, we are going to give you, everyone here, the opportunity to engage with the curriculum in breakout rooms. We will have 4 breakout rooms so that you understand how this is going to be done. Illustrative Math will host 2 different breakout rooms, one for 4th grade, one for 7th. AMPLIFY DESMOS Mathematics will also host 2 different breakout rooms, one for grade 4 and the other for grade 7. You will have the opportunity to see 2 showcases this evening. So if you choose Illustrative Math 4th grade, you may afterwards see Amplify Math 4th grade, or switch it up and see 7th grade of either one. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to E for E, who will give you a little bit more information about the breakout rooms.
Solves. Students are at the center of the lesson. They are determining the rules themselves, and they're solving real problems. Secondly, we use asset-based assessment. Okay, like what is that? Y'all, it's a fancy way of saying we honor how your child thinks. I'm not sure if you remember, but I definitely remember receiving an assignment that I just learned, and it was nothing but red X's on it. And some days I felt a little embarrassed. It made me act out a little, and I really wasn't the nicest kid in the classroom. But we don't just look for a right or wrong answer. We look at the logic and celebrate the math that they do know to help them reach the next level. So this just isn't a generic math program. It is customized to the New York State Next Gen math standards and aligned with New York City Solves. It's 100% a blended program, meaning it works beautifully whether your child is using a laptop or pencil and paper or both. And best of all, students and teachers love it because the lessons are engaging and connect to real life. And when our students are engaged, they're learning. So I know I went through that really fast because I want you to not just take my word for it. I want us to do some math together. I'm going to take you through a lesson. You guys will be my students. I'm going to be your teacher this evening. Okay. So you're going to go to student.amplify.com. If you're a little tech challenged, grab your scholar. I'm sure they know how to open different tabs to make this one a small one and then the other one a big one so you can follow along with the math lesson. You're going to continue without signing in for tonight. Enter your name. You don't have to worry about somebody seeing your name. You're like, oh my God, I got a problem wrong. That's not what it's about. And I'll show you something cool that'll help you get over your anxiety a bit. And then we're going to do a 4th grade activity called Sticker Mania. All right. So there's the link. And Carly is going to help me out. The link is in the slide deck. Carly, if you can drop it in for everyone. And
it's
that'll
in the chat as well.
Okay, sweet. Perfect. And I'm going to shift gears to share a different screen.
What's the code? Yeah, let me get the code in the chat. So the code is Z as in zebra 4 UMFW.
Repeat that one more time.
Z as in zebra 4 UMFW.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right, I'm just going to do a new share. 1 second.
I'll say the code one more time. Z4UMFW.
And I'm checking, Carly, can you see the screen that says Lesson 2 Sticker Mania?
Yes.
Perfecto. All right, guys, you should be here. And just in case you missed that code, I have 3 students in. I'm going to here. So this is where I can see who's in. And of course, you're going to notice that that is not your name because I anonymized you. So therefore, we can all feel confident when we engage in some math problems. And I'm gonna give you guys about 30 more seconds to hop in because I have 6 students and I know there were at least 10 people in the room.
I'm on mobile, so I'm not going to be able to do this, but are you going to show us what it's like on the shared screen, or are we going to only be able to see if we take the test?
No, you should. Oh, we're not taking the test, but you should be able to see it. And a cool thing is you can do this from your mobile, but follow along and you'll be able to see as well from the Zoom.
Yeah, I'm on mobile because I can't have my phone in my hand right now, so I can't do it. I'm sorry.
No problem. Okay.
Sorry,
so
can
everyone,
I just ask, is this a 4th grade lesson?
This is a 4th grade lesson.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, guys. So just for context, this is grade 4, unit 5. This is lesson 2. And our goal for today is to represent situations that involves times as many. All right, times as many. And we're going to go here. I'm going to pull everyone here to our warm up. Okay. And so here in our warm up, it says click to view pages from a sticker book. And I want to know, what do you notice and what do you wonder? Coming here, this is my student view. So these are the pages A, B, and C. And if you're feeling courageous, come off mute and share your thinking. If not, drop your thoughts in the chat. But I hope you guys talk to me. If you need to change the language, you can click here. And right now we have English and Espanol. So those are 2 languages that we have currently. And I'm going to give you about 1 more minute just to think of one thing that you notice and one thing that you are wondering about.
I noticed that there are 9 pretzels and 3 cupcakes.
9 pretzels and 3 cupcakes. Absolutely. And which page helped you see that most easily? Was it A, B, or C?
Let me go back to, oh God. I believe I was on page 2 of 13.
Okay, page 2 of 13. And as you're flipping through the sticker books where you can, your name, see pages A, pages B, pages C. Which one of these images help you notice?
Page A, I'm sorry. Yes,
okay,
I apologize.
No. Page A, okay, page A. Did anyone see that the other pages helped them differently to see that?
Yes, I was going to say I was able to recognize there were 9 pretzels easily once I got to page B as compared to page A.
Can you explain why? What was different about page B versus page A?
So on page A, the pretzels and the cupcakes were scattered, but when you went to page B, they were aligned, and they were pretzels were aligned together, and then the cupcakes were aligned together.
Awesome. Did anyone else find page B helpful, or did they find page C more helpful?
I found page B helpful, and I found page C triggering because my fourth grader is doing the bar charts in her math, and I hate it.
Thank you. Did anybody wonder anything? Was there any wonderings? Because you told me what you noticed.
I'm sorry. I wanted to say, like, being that I've been working with students with special needs for a long time, I think I think it was C. No, I think it was B, the one that was scattered. Nope, I think it was A.
This one.
Yes, when it's scattered like that, some students, they usually choose, it's not usually in order, and they wouldn't count the cupcakes first. They'll just choose, what they'll make a picture of the pretzels, and then they'll number it, and then they'll do the cupcakes. So some children minds, they think differently. So that's what I noticed about that.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a complete scatterbrain, and so A makes perfectly sense to me sometimes. Okay, great job, everyone. So let's get into it. That was our warm-up. That was to get us thinking. Okay, so we have these stickers. We're moving everyone along here, and I'm going to use this wonderful feature here. It's going to let me pause you. That means you can't move. You can't move. And then for teachers, I can actually just paste this out to where I want to go. Here we go. There. All right. Here we go. And I'm going to unpause you. And we should all be here on activity 1. All right. So normally I would ask for someone to volunteer to read, but for the sake of time, I'm going to read for us. Jada says there are 3 times as many pretzels as cupcakes. Diego says there are 6 more pretzels than cupcakes. So I'd like for you to justify, who do you agree with and why? Who do you agree with and why? This is all about the language. Jada says there are 3 times as many pretzels as cupcakes, but Diego says there are 6 more pretzels than cupcakes. Does anyone want to take a stab at who do you agree with? Who do you agree with? And which page helps you think about it?
I think page B would help me figure out that both students were correct.
Okay.
Because page B shows that it's multiples of 3. And when you look at the bottom, you see the 3 cupcakes, of course. And up top, you see that it would be 6 times more. And it's also, they are the one 3 times as many. Based on page B.
Page B, okay.
I agree with page B for Jada, but I think page C helps you compare the 2 numbers. So you can see that the first 3 are matched up, and then there's 6 extra, so 6 more than.
Nice. One other question. Which one of these pages is multiplication, and which other page is the addition?
Page B is the multiplication.
Does everyone agree with that? Everyone agree page B is the multiplication? And if not, it's okay, guys. It's okay. All right. Let's move on for the sake of time. We're going to take 2 more minutes. All right. And so remember, our thing is times as many. So we're going to really hone in on that language. We're going to choose a way to compare the number of dogs and cats. And so we have cat stickers and we have dog stickers. And so there are blank times as many dogs as cats. So how many cats do we have?
3.
And then how many dog stickers do we have?
6.
6. So we had to write a statement, a multiplication statement. How there are blank times as many dogs as cats. Maybe.
Two. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I said, because maybe we might be a little stuck. So maybe I want to answer the addition one first. There are blank more dogs than cats. Is this one an easier statement to think about? And we can be wrong. You guys can play around. Let me see who's playing around. Anyone playing around with it in the background? Yes. Okay, I see some in there. Somebody said there are 2 times as many dogs as cats. 2 times as many dogs as cats. Yeah. Okay. You guys got the hang of it. I'm going to open up the lesson so that way you can enjoy it on your own. You can play with it more when we have time. So now it's completely open. I do want to point out something. Throughout the lesson, it gets the rigor, the complexity of the problems begin to increase. And then we take a little bit more time. You can see that the next activity would be 20 minutes. And then we have a synthesis here. This is where your students will get some notes, and it's in the back of, at the end of their lesson that they would bring home to you. And then we have little mini quizzes at the end of each lesson that would show just one problem. Sometimes it's 2, where we want to know what your student understood for the day. But remember, we said we just don't care about if they're getting the answers right or wrong. Here at Amplify, we want to know how they felt. So we want to know, can I represent and identify these situations? And so we give some emojis here so that way teachers can get some social and emotional learning and understand how their students felt about what they learned for the day. So that's what your scholars would see in the classroom, and some what your students' teachers would be doing with them. I'm going to bring you back in and talk a little bit how you as parents can support math learning at home. Can everyone see the PowerPoint slides again?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so how can families support math learning at home? So here at Amplify, we have our Caregivers Hub, and we're going to share that link with you as well. And I'm going to walk you through it. So I know personally, trying to support my students, I wanted to know, how could I help them coming in? The district gave you guys some great questions, some open-ended questions, and then some of you might want to go beyond that. So our Caregivers Hub is full of ideas, but here are my top 3. You want to find the math in everyday life. Baking, grocery shopping, as you're buying a ticket to get on the metro, the train, the buses, have them calculate that. Which one is the better route? Always ask your students, how do you know when they solve a problem? Ask them to describe their thinking, because you're not inside their heads, and it's great if they can think out loud. Not only is talking going to help build their confidence, but it's also going to help them build their math language. And then let them know it's okay to get stuck. Mistakes actually help the brain grow. Encourage them to try a different strategy rather than just giving up or asking ChatGPT what the answer is. Try it a different way first. And so I'd like you to walk you through our Caregivers Hub. Bring you here. And so this is what it would look like for you. Hopefully you guys can see this. All right. So it's available in both English and Spanish. And then you would find your student's grade level. And so we were in 4th grade. It's broken down by the units, so you would know their unit name.
Hi, Jacqueline. I just have to interrupt real quick. I'm so sorry. I know 20 minutes probably flew by. It is time for us to switch. So all of the members, all of the stakeholders that are here in the Amplify DESMOS room, we're going to ask that you locate your breakout rooms. It's on the bottom of your screen. If you click on the more, and you should see like right where there's 3 buttons and it says more, you can actually self-select illustrative math. You can decide if you want to go to a 4th or a 7th grade room. So you have 1 minute or so to transition. Jacqueline, that'll give you an opportunity to just close out what you were sharing so we can get people in other rooms. Thank you all so much, and I'm so sorry for the interruption.
No problem. Thanks, Kathy.
No problem.
Thanks, everyone.
I'm trying to figure out how to go to the other breakout room. I know she said to go to more.
Click on those 3 dots for more.
Yes.
And there, oh, no. First, you're going to
Oh,
do
I
is
see it. Breakout rooms. I see it.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. It's pretty good. I was actually at the end.
Anyone else in the room struggling
great.
to find their breakout room and need assistance?
Good evening to the new folks in the room.
Good evening.
Hi, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Arlita, Catherine, Shauna, Gina, Johnny, Suzette. Okay, we have, but these definitely look like different names. All right. And I'll give everyone about 20 more seconds just to get settled, just in case we have a couple of people straggle in. Okay. I see exclamation points in the chat. That means people must have enjoyed their snow day today. Good. All right, it's 7:01. I'm starting because I'm committed to getting you guys through this. So we appreciate you for taking time to come in and to learn about Amplify DESMOS Math. My name is Jacqueline, and I'm the Regional Math Specialist here in New York City. I've been in education for more than 20 years, but my most important role is being a parent. And tonight, I'm going to speak to you parent to parent during this presentation. All right, so hopefully everyone can see my screen.
We can see it.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, here we go. So, what is Amplified DESMOS Math? Simply put, it's everything your students need to learn math in one place on one platform. As parents, we know how frustrating it is when school feels like it's a million different pieces. You have a book for your homework, another book for practice, a website for tests, another website for practice, and a different packet for extra help. That's too much, in the words of my son. Amplify DESMOS Math brings it all together. We start with core instruction. That's the whole class instruction in which the teacher is getting the lesson. But we also include a screening and progress monitoring. This determines where your child is, and then personalized learning tailored to their unique needs. And we have embedded intervention for when they need that extra boost within a lesson. It's daily tiered support that meets your child exactly where they are. So I want to show you what this actually looks like in your child's hands and yours. We have high quality student editions and teacher editions specifically designed for New York City. But as a parent, I love the ancillary resources because there's an additional practice book for home. There are assessment resources provided to the teachers so that there's no surprises on test day. And then specific intervention and extension tools. So whether your child needs to catch up or some additional support, or they're ready to fly ahead, we have the resources to support them. So Our program is built on 4 core tenets, but I want to talk about 2. This program is built on 2 things I care about deeply as an educator and as a parent. First, it uses problem-based learning. Instead of just memorizing the rules, as you kind of heard about during the New York Solves, students are at the center of the lesson. They're determining what the rules are. They're engaging in solving real problems. Second, we use asset-based assessment. All right. So guys, this is just a fancy way of saying we honor how your students think. We don't just look at a right or wrong answer. I don't know about you, but I remember myself as a child just learning something and then a teacher marking it up with a red pen. And it made me so embarrassed. It made me frustrated. And I was a holy terror the rest of the day in class. So we don't want to just look at what's right or wrong. We look at their logic and we celebrate the math that they do know how to do and help them reach that next level. So as you notice, I'm not reading these slides. This isn't a custom or a generic math program. It is customized to the New York State Next Gen Math Standards, and it's aligned to New York City Solves. It's 100% blended program, meaning it works beautifully whether your child is on a computer or paper and pencil. And so let's think about today when we just went remote. Your students, teachers did not, using our program, would not have to create a set of slides to do math for today. It's already here and developed for your scholars. Best of all, students and teachers love this program because the lessons are engaging and connect to real life. And when your students are engaged, they're learning. So I don't want you to just take my word for it. We're going to do some math together. I'm going to take you through a lesson as both a teacher and a student. You can continue without signing in. You're just going to click here. The code is Z4UMFW.
So I just put it in the chat, but everyone should go to student.amplify.com/join. The code is in the chat as well. It's Z4UMFW. If you're able to join, I really urge you to, because it will be amazing to see our platform and how our lessons differ from IM. Again, student.amplify.com/join, and the code is Z as in zebra 4UMFW.
All right, thank you, Carly. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, you should be here. You should see lesson 2, Sticker Mania. This is a grade 4 lesson from Unit 5. And our goal is to represent situations that involve times as many. And let's hop into our warm-up. Okay. So just to get you adjusted, I want you to click to view the pages. When I'm talking about the pages, it's here labeled. Here's page A, page B, page C. If you would like to switch your language, you go to the language settings. Right now we have English and Spanish with more coming along the way. If you wanted to fill your whole screen up, click those buttons right there to view your whole screen. All right, and so to get you warmed up, I'm going to sync everyone to me. All right, so everyone should be on the same page as I. And I want you to look through these different pages of the sticker view. And I want to know, what do you notice and what do you wonder? If you're feeling courageous, come off of mute and share out loud. If not, drop it in the chat. But the goal is that we're speaking to each other some type of way. And who doesn't love cupcakes and pretzels? Makes me hungry.
On page A,
Yes.
the pretzels and cupcakes are all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And page B, they arrange the pretzels on top and then they have the cupcakes in the bottom. So they give 3 rows of 3 for the pretzels and one row for the pretzels. I mean for the cupcakes.
You got
On page C, they put the 3 cupcakes on top, and then they put all the pretzels in the bottom in one row.
Thank you, Farah. Did anyone else
And-
know? Oh, go
Sorry.
ahead. No, you have something else you wanted to share?
No, let's go ahead. I was gonna give the numbers.
Oh, tell me, yeah. How many pretzels were there?
So there are 3 cupcakes, and sorry, I'm gonna go back. On page C, it's easy to see because you could use multiplication. You have 3 rows and 3 columns of 3, so 3 times 3 give me 9. And I mean on page B, sorry. And also 3 cupcakes.
Perfect. Thank you, Farah. Thank you for sharing. Did anyone else notice which page was easier for you to see that there were 9 pretzels and 3 cupcakes?
For me, it was page B because of how it was grouped.
This was grouped, okay. Did anyone find page C easier to count?
Yes, I think page C was easier because you saw 3 cupcakes on top and then the 9 pretzels at the bottom. So you can say that for every 1 cupcake, there will be 3 pretzels. So in other words, there were 3 times as many pretzels as cupcakes.
Okay, Martine, I see you. Oh,
I'm
she
a
went
fourth grade teacher. I better be.
Now look, you can't be showing out now, Martins. Very good. Did anybody wonder about any of the pages? Are there any wonderings? Okay, normally my teacher time would be about 60 seconds, but for the sake of time, it was 10, and we're going to the next activity. I'm gonna sync you all here with me. And then I'm gonna pace it out a bit. Okay. So if I'm in a class, I would restrict us all to this first activity here, and I would have you in groups and pairs. We don't have that luxury for this evening. So instead, I'm gonna do a read aloud for you. Jada says there are 3 times as many pretzels as cupcakes, and Diego says there are 6 more pretzels than cupcakes. So who do you agree with? And why? I want to know, why do you agree with those, with each person? And again, you can drop it in the chat, or if you're feeling courageous, come off mute and talk us through it.
I'd say they are both correct. There are 3 times as many pretzels as cupcakes. And Diego says there are 6 more pretzels. They are both correct.
I have a question. Which one of the pages helps you see that, Martine?
C.
So page C helps you with who? Jada or Diego?
Oh, okay. Diego.
Tell me why. Tell us why.
Because you could see, okay, so let's say I'm thinking as my kids. If you could pair 1 cupcake to a pretzel. Okay, 1 pretzel to a cupcake, and then there will be 6 left over without pairs, without a partner.
Absolutely. So we can say page C is showing us addition. All right. So which of the other pages showed multiplication? Was it A or B?
B.
B.
Farah. Farah, tell us why B shows multiplication.
It shows multiplication because they're showing you 3 rows of pretzel in 3 columns.
They just wrote in the chat that we are ending in 3 minutes. So I just wanted to, I think they're cutting us a little early. So I just wanted to make sure you had enough time, even though I'm loving the discussion.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Okay, guys, with that, I'm going to open the rest of this lesson for you to play around with. But what I do want to bring to your attention is the synthesis. This is all in your scholars' workbooks. And there's a worked out example based on the synthesis that you can use to go over with your students. We also have a quiz at the end of each lesson. But remember, we care also how your students feel. And so we have these emojis here. That way students can say, you know, how they felt about this lesson, because it's really important to know. And they might not tell you, I didn't get it, but a picture says 1,000 words. All right, so moving back into the presentation, and I'm going to go super fast, is how can families support math learning at home? We're here at Amplify DESMOS Math. We have what's known as the Caregivers Hub. This is something that you can do around the kitchen table or in the car or as you're riding the train with your students. We want to find that math in everyday life, ask them questions, have them help you calculate coupon savings or getting a train ticket or the best route. Always ask, how do you know? And then most importantly, that we don't do enough, normalize getting stuck. It is okay to make a mistake. It helps the brain grow, and it encourages our scholars to try a different strategy than just giving up or asking ChatGPT for the answers. This is what our Family Caregiver Hub looks like. It's broken down by grade level. It gives you the notes, that summary, that synthesis page that you saw for each lesson. If there's some videos, if your student is sick or you miss a day, to kind of go through and catch up with what they might have missed in class that day. If there's more tips, it helps you get into the platform to see what your students are doing. So you would just put in their username and password into it, and you'll be able to see what they have done or haven't done. It gives you an overview of our materials, how the lessons are set up. And again, as you can see, I'm going through this, how to support math learning at the homes, okay? And then we also do webinars, and we provide free resources at those webinars. And so going back, because I aim to finish, questions, and thank you for coming. Boom. And boom, here's that resource site. If you have your phones, take a picture of it. This will take you right to that site. You can look at the materials yourself and play around with them. I'll leave it up so you can grab those.
We have a quick question. Oh, now I'm seeing that we have 5 minutes left, even though. All right, no problem. Someone asked, are the workbook pages aligned with and do they mirror the digital lessons?
Absolutely. And since we now have 5 minutes, I can show you one. So give me a minute to open it up. All right, so from here, this is beautiful thing about this, that this will be the teacher's view. If your child even left their workbook at home without having to call you, I can print. Hopefully everyone can see this print lesson. Okay, so this was Sticker Mania. Yes, Carly, we good? Okay, so this was Sticker Mania. The only thing that isn't here is the warm-up, because as you can see, we give students directions that their eyes should be on the teacher, and they're doing this out loud. Over here to the side is our math community that I can be all of me in the math class, and we encourage students to find their strengths. All right, so here it was. We were talking about ways to compare. This icon tells the students that we are on slide 3, and here was the discussion. This is the page B, and that is the page C, because those were the 2 pages of stickers that we wanted to focus on, okay? And so the same way with page 4. So as I said before, students can be on the computers as well as writing at the same time. As a parent, even as a teacher, I don't want my students completely on computers for that screen time. I want them writing. It's a math class. I want them to do some math on paper. And as you can see here, they can do math on paper. And here, just going through this, you guys didn't see all of the slides, but this is what it looks like. And we also want to build that creativity in students of course, honoring that brilliance, it's best to draw their own diagram so we know that they understood. And so we chose volleyballs and basketballs. Get out the crayons, the colored pencils, and let the students go to town creating their own stickers here to show that they understand what 2 times as many actually looks like. The only thing that's not in here is the that exit ticket. That's the only thing.
Jacqueline, there's another question that I can answer. Is there any alignment to the New York State exam, like practice problems with the language used on the test? Great question, Tiffany. So our program is completely aligned to the New York State standards. It's not a national program. We took our national program and redid the scope and sequence. So it is aligned to everything that's in the beginning of the year, that's like pre-state tests and post-state tests. And our additional practice book that Jacqueline highlighted in the beginning have questions that mirror the questions that students will see on their state exam.
Keep them coming, guys. Is there anything you wanted to see that we kind of rushed through? Because they said we had 3 minutes and now we have an additional probably 3 minutes.
Can we see the teacher part?
The teacher part? Sure. Okay.
Can I also add, is there any embedded text to speech? Are the problems read to the student? Can the student use any sort of word prediction? Like, what are the accessibility options and supports?
Absolutely. Not sure if it will hear on my end, but there is text to speech where it will read aloud for students on each page.
Sorry, I don't think we have enough time. The breakout room will close in 35 seconds.
Okay, real quick. This is teacher. This is what the teacher edition looks like. It supports some teachers here by giving them some things to say, connecting what students might say, the toggles. There's a differentiation teacher moves table here, and it aligns to the slides. And then we give the key takeaway where we say, hey, this is where your students and scholars should be doing the notes at, so that way you can write notes on the board or create your anchor charts based on this.
Natalie, can you check to see if the student survey?
All right, I want to be mindful of time, so we're going to go ahead and get started. So first of all, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. Today, we're going to be engaging in a quick lesson the same way that your students would. If you're a teacher, super excited that you're here. If you're a parent, really excited for you to experience a glimpse of what your students would experience in their classroom. Just for some context, this is going to be the very first lesson of the Extending Operations to Fractions unit. And in this lesson, students are going to use familiar representations or real-world examples to make sense of fractional parts. They're going to start thinking about operations with fractions. So today's lesson is basically an introduction to them thinking about fractional parts using things that they are already familiar with. I do want to name that our curriculum is available in both print and digital. Due to the modality of our session today, we are primarily going to be engaging with the digital one, but I do want you to know that your students, your teachers have the option of engaging with both. The last thing that I'll point out is ideally we would be doing a lot of partner talk throughout the session, but because of the modality, we'll do our best to engage via Zoom. So let's go ahead and get started.
Just before you get started, Jen, good evening, parents. I am going to be putting a link in the chat so you can please share your experience with us in real time as it relates to this curriculum. So there is one QR code for parents, another for students, and one for teachers.
Thank you, Patrice, for sharing. All right, let's go ahead and get started. All right, fourth grade, today we're going to look at equal groups of fractions. We're going to be engaging in a warm-up called How Many Do You See? And it's going to be about oranges. In a moment, you're going to see a picture. And as you look at the picture, I want you to ask yourself, how many do I see? And how do I see them? Take 30 seconds of just quiet think time to look at the image and ask yourself, how many do you see? And how do you see them? And when you're ready, go ahead and drop your thinking into the chat. How many do you see? Let's start with that question. How many do you see? Go ahead and drop your thinking into the chat. Thank you, Jeanette, for getting us started. Jeanette said 5. Dr. Kroll said, I see 2.5 oranges, seeing lots of 5s. I see 5 halves of an orange. All right, thank you all so much for sharing your thinking in the chat. Would love for someone to unmute and just share, how many do you see and why? Do we have a brave volunteer?
I'll volunteer.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
So in regards to your first question, when it says how many do you see, I immediately in my head said I see 5. But then in regards to how do you see them, in my head, I see them as halves. So I do have the concept that they're not 5 whole oranges, they're 5 half oranges.
So you see 5 half oranges. Okay. And then you mentioned something interesting. You mentioned that once you thought about how do you see them, you saw 2.5 oranges. Can you walk me through where you see those 2.5 oranges?
No, I said initially I saw 5 because there are 5 different plates and 5 objects, one on each plate. But then when you look at it closer, or when you think about how do you see them, I see them as halves. So there are 5 different objects, but they're not whole objects, they're halves. It's
Thank you so
of
much,
an
Jeanette, for
orange.
clarifying. I'm going to go ahead and just annotate the screen to kind of see if this is what you were referring to. Does that mirror your thinking?
Yes.
Thank you, Jeanette. And now I did see some people in the chat say that they saw 2.5. Can someone unmute and share, where do you see those 2.5 oranges?
Since they're all halves, if you want to go by color, the 2 reds make up 1 whole, and the 2 blues make up 1 whole, and the yellow makes up a half. So I see 2.5 oranges.
Ooh, okay. So you said when you look at the 2 red ones, that makes 1, one what?
1 whole orange.
1 whole orange. And then you mentioned that when you see the blue, you see
1 whole orange.
another whole orange. And then can you walk me through the last part of your thinking?
The yellow, just 1 half of an orange.
The yellow is just 1 half of an
So
orange.
if we looked at it as a fraction, it would be 2.5.
2.5. Okay. Does anyone want to add on to what was just shared?
Or you can use decimals at 2.5.
Decimals at 2.5. Walk me through that just briefly.
I share the same thinking as Mr. Williams. I saw the color plates. I just combined both pieces to make it a whole, just to kind of simplify it, because it would be 5 pieces times half.
Oh,
and that
5. I'm gonna just write that down. You said 5 times 1 half? What does the 5 represent?
Well, it's not a whole, but 5 pieces.
5 pieces of what?
Oranges.
5 pieces of oranges. And what about the half? What does the half represent?
There's not another, the half represents the yellow plate, which is half of, oh, now that you think about it, it's just 5 pieces.
5 pieces. 5 pieces of,
because I was confusing it with the 2.5, so now it's just 5 pieces of oranges.
5 pieces of oranges. When you say 5 pieces of oranges, what fraction of the oranges do you see?
The half. So it's like 5 halves. 5 pieces of oranges that are cut in half.
5 pieces of oranges that are cut in half. Does that align with what you just shared? Thank you for sharing. Anyone else want to add on?
What I saw, I know 2 halves is one whole. So I see one whole and another whole, and then there's a half that's left over.
Oh, okay. So how many oranges do you see?
2.5.
2.5 oranges. Lovely. Now I want to go back to this expression that was suggested earlier, 5 times 1/2. How does the 5 times 1/2 represent the image that we see on the screen?
Because you're talking about equal groups. So it's 5 groups of half. So like 5 plates with half on each. So 5 groups of 1/2.
And why? This is a question for the entire group. How is a multiplication expression helpful in representing this image?
Multiplication is repeated addition, so they're repeating the halves. So when you initially asked us how many, we said 5. Some of us said 5, and then we said it's 5 halves. A half orange is still an orange, but one is asking how many we see, and then how we see it, it's half. And knowing that multiplication is repeated addition, we're repeating that half 5 times.
So would you say that half plus half plus half plus half plus half is equivalent to what was shared earlier of 5 times 1/2? Thank you for sharing. All right, so we just learned that there are multiple ways of representing an image. Some of us were able to describe what we saw in words. Some of us were able to represent what we saw using a multiplication expression. And some of us were able to represent the image using repeated addition. As we move on to our next activity, I just want you to keep all of these different strategies in mind on how we represent a visual. All right, moving on to our next activity. Just curious, what are some of your favorite snacks? Go ahead and drop them into the chat. What are some of your favorite snacks? Almonds, popcorn, love popcorn, some grapes, ice cream. Even in the cold, we still like ice cream in the cold. Even with all this snow, you're craving ice cream. Chocolate croissant. Okay, now you guys are making me hungry. Trail mix, gummy worms, granola bars, cake. Okay, you guys just gave me some ideas of what to have for dinner tonight. Well, Ms. Morana is going to share with you all one of my favorite snacks. And one of my favorite snacks are crackers. I love crackers. I can eat crackers with cheese, with guac, with peanut butter. I just love crackers. So here are some images of crackers. Question for you all. How are image A and image B alike? And how are they different? Just take 30 seconds of quiet think time. And once you're ready, let's start off with the first question. How are image A and image B alike? You can either share your thinking in the chat or feel free to unmute.
They are all cut in fourth.
They're all cut in fourths. What is cut in fourths?
The rectangle.
Whether it's horizontal or vertical, they cut in fourth.
What item is cut in fourths? Just want to clarify.
If you zoom in the crackers, and you could see that one of them, it cut into 4 pieces.
Oh, so the cracker is cut into 4 pieces. I heard somebody say, ah. Do we all see that now? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, you could go ahead.
I didn't even see that. Maybe because I have glasses on, but I just saw the rectangle, and that's what I counted.
Oh, I zoom in the picture, and then I see that that's why they pull out the
Yeah, I
crackers.
see. Now
And
that
the
you
other
put the
side,
numbers.
yeah.
All right, so let me actually go ahead and write that down because I'm seeing that a lot of us are saying that we had not seen that originally. So all crackers have 4 parts. Okay, now I'm also reading some of the responses in the chat. Someone said both show 6 objects / pictures. Abalsi, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Can you expand on what you just shared in the chat? Or if anyone else wants to jump in, feel free.
I was just looking at the image, what I saw. So I was just looking at the image A and image B.
Okay, and where did you see those 6 items?
Like I count like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I went like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Is what I'm writing on my screen representing your thinking?
Yes.
Okay. What do we notice about those 6 groups?
So in image A, all parts are colored in or shaded in. So it's one whole. And then in image B, only 1/4 or 1 out of 4 is shaded in. So it's representing a quarter. That's how I saw it.
Ooh, I want to write that down. So in image A, we saw, well, I'm going to write, in image A, there are, you said whole crackers?
Well, I saw it as, yes, one whole, because all 4 parts were shaded in.
Because all parts are shaded in. And what about image B?
I saw it as 1/4 because 1 out of the 4 parts was shaded in.
In image B, we have ports because only 1 is shaded in. Okay, so now let's go back to our second question. How are they different?
1, A represent wholes and B represent fractions.
A represents wholes and B represents fractions. I'm seeing Dr. Corals nod her head agreeing to that.
And now that you see the 4, now that the young lady, I guess, increased the image and said each cracker is 4 pieces, it is making me think a little differently, because I just saw the 4 pieces in each rectangle as opposed to seeing 16 pieces.
We're getting onto something here. I'm actually going to go ahead and give you guys 3 minutes of independent quiet time to go ahead and work on parts C and D independently. So see how many crackers are in each image, and D, write an expression to represent the crackers in each image.
So are you doing image A as a whole, like a whole, or just the piece, like the pieces in it?
Well, I'm gonna give you guys just some time to think about this independently. So Identify how many crackers are in each image, and then we'll come back and have a discussion. Just make sure that you're able to share your thinking. So I'm going to go ahead and give us just 3 minutes of independent work time, and then we're going to come back together to discuss as a whole group.
Let's go to Bella.
Hi, everyone. So we're nearing that time where it's time to switch. If you're in an illustrative room, which this is an illustrative room, we're going to ask that you just locate the bottom of your screen and you'll see where it says breakout rooms. There might be like a little number next to it, and you can self-select an Amplify Desmos math room. All right, so you all have like a minute or so to transition. So once again, there's on the bottom of your screen to the left of more, it says breakout rooms. You can click it and then just scroll to the bottom. You're currently in an illustrative math. You're going to want to switch to the other curriculum, which is Amplify Desmos. Sorry to interrupt you, Jen. I'm going to jump into the other rooms.
Totally okay. To everybody who was here, thank you so much for engaging with me.
I don't see what it says breakout room. It says caption, ask for help, whiteboard setting. I don't see the second breakout room.
It says jump right in. And I just want to say, first of all, good evening. Thank you so much for being here. Today, we're going to be engaging in a quick lesson the same way that your students would. If you're a teacher, if you're a parent, you're going to be engaging in math the way that our students would in the classroom. Just for some context, this is the very first lesson of the Extending Operations to Fractions unit. And in this lesson, students are going to be using familiar representations, things that they're familiar with to make sense of fractions. Going back to what was shared in the earlier session, we want to make sure the students are making sense of the math using things that they already know. One more thing that I want to highlight, students can engage in the curriculum in both print and digital. For the purpose of today, we're going to be primarily engaging in digital. I love doing turn-in talks, but we're going to do the most with the chat and unmuting to engage in the lesson as authentically as we can. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, fourth grade, today, let's look at equal groups of fractions. We're going to be engaging in a warm-up called How Many Do You See? And it's about oranges. In a moment, you're going to see a picture. And as you look at the picture, I want you to ask yourself 2 questions. How many do I see? And how do I see them? Take 30 seconds of quiet think time to ask yourself, how many do I see and how do I see them? 30 seconds of quiet think time. And once you're ready, go ahead and share your thinking into the chat. Starting off with the first question, how many do you see? Thank you, Linda, for getting us started. So Linda shared 2.5, 2.5. Anyone else? Go ahead and drop your thinking into the chat. Amanda said 5 oranges on 3 groups of plates. Ooh, thank you, Amanda, for sharing that. I'm going to give us a few more seconds for more responses to come in. Brittany said, I see 5 in a row. All right, would anyone like to unmute and share how many do you see? Looking for a brave volunteer to share how many do you see?
So hi everyone, so this is Linda. At first I'm looking at the halves, but then I said 1 orange, so 2 halves make a whole, so I said 2.
Ooh, I'm gonna pause you for a second. So you say you saw halves, where do you see the halves, Linda?
Halves on each page, on each plate.
Half on each plate. So are you saying that this plate shows 1 half?
Yes.
Okay, and then you say you see the same thing on all plates, is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right, so let me go ahead and write that down and keep going.
So 2 halves make a whole. So I see 2 halves
make one whole. One whole what?
Orange.
One whole orange. Okay.
Yeah. And then another half and a half makes another whole orange. And then you're left with half an orange.
So how many do you see?
2 and a half.
2.5 oranges. All right, would anyone else like to share their thinking? Or did anyone think about this differently?
I did. So
Priscilla, go ahead.
It's five pieces of orange that I see, but I see them on different color plates.
So you see 5 pieces of orange.
Okay.
Right. And then I see 2 on a red circle plate. There's 2 on a blue circle plate, and then there's 1 on a yellow circle plate.
Okay. Now I'm going to go back to something that you just said. You said you see 5 pieces of oranges. When you say pieces, what exactly do you mean by 5 pieces?
I don't see a whole orange because that's not a whole orange to me. That's a like a half of a piece, half of an orange. So
okay.
I know it's not a whole.
So you see,
if it was a whole, it would be around big orange, or it would be 2 pieces sitting on one plate.
Oh, Priscilla. Okay, so let me make sure I heard you correctly. You said you saw 5 halves of oranges?
Yes.
Oh, okay. 5 halves of oranges. Now, what do we notice? Thank you, Priscilla. What do we notice about the quantity in each plate? It's a question for the whole group. What do we notice about the quantity in each plate? All right, hopefully a lot of us were already here. For those of us who are new, don't worry, we're gonna make sure that you are caught up to speed right away. So just wanna pick up where we left off, and we were talking about how many do we see and how do we see them, referring to the oranges. I'm gonna go back to what someone shared. They shared that they saw 5 halves of an orange. And then earlier, someone else walked us through how they saw the oranges. They just added all halves, and that's how they got 2.5 oranges. So let's go ahead and continue on that discussion. Once again, how many do you see? Feel free to go ahead and unmute. For a person who was speaking, if you were here in our room, feel free to continue what you were sharing. All right, this might be a brand new group, so I'm going to go ahead and just walk us through the very beginning of this activity. So let's go ahead and take a look at this image on my screen. I want you to think about 2 questions. How many do you see? And how do you see them? Take 30 seconds of quiet think time. And once you're ready, go ahead and share in the chat, how many do you see? How many do you see? You can either feel free to drop your thinking into the chat or unmute, whatever's easiest. Okay, I see 5 halves, 5 halves. I see 5 oranges and 5 plates of different colors. All right, can one of you guys unmute and share your response from the chat? Any brave volunteer want to unmute and share what they saw? I'm gonna do a little bit of—
I see five oranges. I see 5 plates. But I also see that 2 of the plates are red, 2 are blue, and 1 is yellow. That's still giving me 2.5. There's 2.5 oranges, there's 2.5 plates, and there's 2.5 plates of different colors.
Priscilla, I'm going to go back to what you just said. So you say you see 2.5 oranges, but some of your peers are saying that they see 5. Can you show me where you see those 2.5 oranges?
Because there's a half an orange on each plate. That's not a whole orange to me. There's a half on each plate.
And where does the 2.5 come from?
So when I add 1.5 plus 1.5, that's a whole. Add 1.5 plus 1.5, that's a whole. And then there's still half of an orange left.
And that's how you came up with 2.5.
Right. And the same for the plates.
Oh, thank you,
But
Priscilla.
if I may say something.
Yeah, go ahead, Linda.
Because how many oranges do you see, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see a whole orange anywhere. Now, just thinking this out, where is a whole orange? I don't see a whole orange, but I see 5 halves. But do I know that's a half? So, students will be thinking, a lot of things will be going on here because you're asking them to look for oranges. Are you asking to look for a half an orange or a whole orange?
Linda,
So I might be.
You just bring up a really great point. So in an IM lesson, we always start with a warm-up. The warm-up is just the invitation to the lesson to get students talking. So when we ask the question, how many do you see? What you guys are sharing is exactly what students will share. Some students will say, I see 5 halves. Some students will say, I see 5 oranges. Other students might just say, I see 5 pieces of orange. All of those responses are welcome as long as students are able to explain the rationale for what they're saying before they jump into more content-heavy content. This is an invitation, and notice how every student is able to engage because we can all observe something. Some students might just say, I see 5 plates with 5 different colors or 3 different colors. All ideas are welcome. So thank you for pointing that out, Linda. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next activity. Before we jump into our next activity, I have a question for you all. What are some of your favorite snacks? Go ahead and drop them into the chat. What are some of your favorite snacks? Cashews, ice cream, even in the cold, Morgan, ice cream. Cupcakes, grapes, carrots. Amanda, that is a beautiful mix
Yes,
of...
I want an ice cream soda right now.
Very specific. Ice cream soda. You guys are making me hungry. Justin said donuts, brownies, anything else? We're thinking a lot of pastries over here. I see some Oreos. Okay, I think I have idea of what I'm going to eat for dessert tonight. So let me actually go ahead and share with you all one of my favorite snacks. Miss Moran's favorite snacks are crackers. I love crackers. I can eat crackers with cheese, crackers with peanut butter, crackers with guac, you name it. I love crackers. So here are some images of crackers. And I want you to take 30 seconds of quiet think time to identify how are image A and image B alike. And if you're done early, how are they different? Once you're ready, feel free to drop your thinking into the chat or unmute to share with the rest of the group. All right, 30 seconds are up. Let's think about how are image A and image B alike? Would anyone like to share? If you're feeling a little shy to share out loud, feel free to drop it into the chat. How are image A and image B alike?
They are alike in that each cracker has 4 sections.
each cracker has 4 sections. Where do you see those 4 sections, Linda?
Okay, so in the horizontal, or A, I should say, I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Even though they're broke, yeah, no, no,
No?
not that way. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And where do you see this reflected in image B?
It's reflected in image B in that maybe is one cracker there, but it can hold. So my response is that can hold 4 crackers, 4 sections.
Ooh, 4 sections of crackers.
4 sections in each right cracker. So I don't know if you can count it out in the first cracker.
Thank you, Linda, for sharing. Does anyone else want to add to what Linda just shared, or did anyone see this differently? How are they alike? Don't be shy. How are these
They're alike because each group has 4. So in A, there's you labeled it 1, 2, 3, 4, and B, even though the crackers are missing, there's 4 in each group.
1, 2.
Is this what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, now let's take a look at the amount of groups that we have in both images. How many groups do we see in image A? How many groups do we see in image A?
There are 6 groups.
6 groups.
Amanda, I heard you first. You say you see 6 groups?
6 groups of 4.
6 groups of 4. Okay, where do you see those 6 groups of 4, Amanda?
So where you have the 1, 2, 3, 4 is one group, and then you have 5 more of those.
And then we have 5 more of those. Okay. Now, what about in image B? How many groups do we have in image B? Would anyone else like to add to Amanda's thinking?
Okay, can you repeat that?
Yeah. So Amanda just shared that she sees 6 groups of 4 in image A. Question is, how many groups do we have in image B?
We have 6 groups of 4.
6 groups of 4. For what?
But it's not equal parts. So yeah, they're not equal parts because only one cracker is highlighted in each group.
So let's take a look at that group that you just mentioned. How many crackers do we have here?
1.
1. 1 full cracker? Do we have a full cracker here?
We have 1 cracker, but we don't have a whole cracker. No.
What fraction of a cracker do we have?
1/3.
1/3? So
Yeah.
this cracker is cut into 3 pieces. How many pieces do we
4
have?
I'm sorry, it's 1/4. I'm sorry. 1/4. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yes.
So you see 6 groups of 1/4 of a cracker. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, we're gonna pause here and I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys 3 minutes of quiet think time to work on parts C and D. I'm sorry, on part C. I want you to think about how many crackers are in each image based on what we just discussed. So take 3 minutes of quiet think time and focus on how many crackers are in each image. I'm gonna put the image back up on our screen so that we can focus on how many crackers are in each image. I give you guys 3 minutes of independent, quiet think time, and then we're gonna come back and have a whole group discussion. Be ready to explain your thinking.
Seeing as we have to join the bigger group in 4 minutes, can we not
Yep,
take all three for this?
Yeah, we're not going to take all three. Since we're adults, I'm going to give us until 7:22. So take 1 more minute to identify how many crackers are in each image. Thank you, Amanda, for that push. All right, let's bring it back in 3, in 2, and 1. Would anyone like to share how many crackers did they see in image A and why?
Image A, there's 24 crackers, and because I counted them.
24 crackers because?
I counted them.
Okay, how did you count them?
There's 4 crackers in each group. There's 6 groups.
So you saw 4 crackers in each group.
Mm-hmm.
And then you multiply by what?
I counted them one by one.
Oh, you counted them one by one. So you saw 4 here and then counted them all the way through and got 24. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. And then for B, I counted 6 crackers.
6 crackers.
So for image A, I got 96. Could be off. And for
96. Let me go ahead and write that down. 96 crackers.
And for image B, I got 24. Maybe that's
24 crackers. Thank you for sharing, Dion. Did anyone think about this differently? Or does anyone have a different response?
So I got 24 crackers for A because I did 4 times 6.
24 crackers for A. Okay.
And then I got 1.5 crackers for B. Because I counted.
When you say you counted, Amanda, can you walk me through how you counted 1.5 crackers?
Okay, so because they're 4th crackers, I did 4
Okay.
of them was 1 cracker, and then the 2 other 2/4 equals 1/2.
So here you saw 1 whole cracker.
for B.
Mhm.
And then on the last part, you said you saw?
I saw 2 1/4 crackers, which is 1/2.
For B.
2/4, which is 1/2. So in total, you saw how many crackers?
1.5.
1.5. Now, Dion, I think it was you that I was hearing you said, do you want to add to what Amanda just shared, or
Well,
did something else come up for you?
I think Amanda's probably right with B. Yeah, I think
Why
it
do
was
you say that?
because the way I calculated saying was I did 6 times the number of crackers that could actually fill up all the slots. But in A, I looked at the number of crackers that could fill 1 bar. So 1 could fill 4 crackers, right? And 2 could fill 4, 3 could fill 4, and 5 could fill, and 4 could fill 4, right? And then I multiply that total by 6. So in 1 here, you have 4 crackers, 8, 12, 16. So I did 16 times 6, if that makes sense.
Thank you for sharing, Dion. We're going to pause here since we're going back.
And that teed me right up. The students and the teachers absolutely love it. Their experiences with it, the way they feel about themselves, the confidence, the conversation that's come from the program has been remarkable. All right, I'm going to show you some screens of what your login is going to look like, and then I'm going to drop it into the chat for you. But in just a minute, you're going to go to student.amplify.com with the link I'm going to give you. When you get to where it says continue without signing in, so it's going to say login, just simply click continue without signing in, and then you can enter your name. whoever you'd like to be this evening. Okay, and our code is right here, but don't worry, I am going to drop it, drop it into the chat, and that will take you right in. Sorry, trying to find my chat here. Can I drop it in? Oh yeah, there it is. All right, dropping it into the chat right now for you. You can also go to student.amplify.com, join, but if you click that link I put in, it's the easiest way to get you in, and simply join without logging in. And I will wait till I have students in my class. I have 1 student. All right, we're coming in. 4 students, 5, amazing. I have 7 students so far, waiting on a few more. I really encourage you to click and join my class so that you can experience what students will experience and see all of the responsiveness in this lesson. All right, I have 16. I'm going to give it just another 30 seconds. I know sometimes when we're working on trying to watch a screen and join a screen, I'm going to give a little bit of a background. This is a 7th grade lesson. It's not loading for you. Perhaps try refreshing.
Yeah, try refreshing. Give it one more try.
If
If not, you'll be able to follow along.
Absolutely. I'm sorry.
Pause, activity pause.
Pause
Oh yeah, absolutely. You will know you're in my lesson when it says activity pause, and I'm going to tell you why I did that in just a minute, but you're in the right spot. All right, I'm going to start now, and I'm going to close this. So when you came in, you were paused, and I'm sure you can imagine why you were paused. You were paused because what happens if I hadn't paused you when you come into my lesson? Students start playing, and I want my students to understand the directions before I get going. So I'm going to explain what we're going to be doing, and then I'm going to unpause you. I do want to give you a little bit of a background that this is the first lesson in this unit. And so students are going to be experiencing with this visual representation, which is a submarine. And they're going to think about what that submarine means and what kind of numbers am I experiencing and what's happening. And so I'm going to explain the directions and then let you go. All right, so this submarine is controlled by floats and anchors. I can click these arrows and I can do things with anchors. I can click these arrows and I'm noticing things about the floats too. So I'm going to unpause you. And what I would like for you to do is explore with the floats, explore with the anchors. And then we're going to come back and in the chat, you'll tell me what you notice and what you wonder. So I'm going to unpause you and give you a minute to explore there. So you should be unpaused now, clicking with the arrows or the anchors, noticing what's happening, floats. 1 minute. And if we were in a
You can't
classroom,
break it. There's nothing you can break, so feel free to experiment. Go ahead, Jen, sorry.
if we were in a classroom, we'd be sitting next to each other, we'd be talking, I'd be telling Michael,
अगर हम
oh, Michael, look
शुरू
what's
करो ना
happening." I'm sorry. Oh, okay. So in our classrooms, we pair our students up so that our students are talking about what's happening on the screen. But since we're remote, we'll share it out in the chat in just a minute. But right now, exploring the 7th grade lesson. All right. I'm going to bring us back together in 3, 2, and 1. And when you're in a classroom, the whole class goes, ah, because the students are having so much fun. They don't want you to pause their screen. They want to keep exploring. And so I want to ask you or invite you to, in the chat, drop something that you noticed or something that you wondered as you were clicking the floats and the anchors, adding anchors on, adding anchors off, adding floats on, adding floats off. What did you notice? Drop it in the chat for me, please. Or come off of mute if you want to, but it's probably easier for us to just drop it in the chat. Ooh, the floats made the submarine go higher. The blue and red dots came off and went. Oh, that was such a great noticing. It was showing positive and negative numbers. Anything else? Showing positive and negative. Did anybody else notice? I believe it was Elvira said that when you added the floats, you can see how the red dots are increasing. When you remove them, the red dots are decreasing. Did anybody else notice that? The floats go up on the right. Is there a limit to the number displayed is what you're wondering. That's a great wondering. Above and below sea level, the anchors go up on the left. So when I'm clicking that left button, you notice that it made with the anchors, it made it go up, depending on which direction you chose. You all had such amazing noticings and wonderings. And so now we're going to take what you all just saw there. Keep that in mind. Keep in mind what went up, what caused things to go up, what caused things to go down, thinking about those red dots and thinking about those blue dots. And I am going to keep you paused. I'm going to share the directions for the next two screens, and then I'm going to unpause you. So I'm going to pace you to these two screens. You're still going to be paused, and I'm going to explain what's going to happen. All right, so on this screen, you can see that it says the submarine starts with 4 floats, so the 4 red dots at the top, and the 4 anchors, so the 4 blue dots at the bottom. Let's think for a minute. If I wanted to think about this submarine is at 0 right now, okay? So he's sitting at 0, and I need him to get to -3. So why do you think that we started this submarine at 0? Why do you think he's at 0 units, or what makes him be at 0 units? Does anybody want to share in the chat? Why do you think he's at 0 units? What makes him be there? Does anybody know?
Equal number of dots on both sides, so it's balanced.
Oh, the equal number of dots. So if that's true, if there were 7 red dots, how many blue dots would there need to be if that's true to be at 0?
There will be need to be 7.
7. And the same if I needed 6 red dots, how many blue dots would I need to be at 0?
6.
6. Great. All right. So keep that in mind as you're going to adjust floats and anchors. And this time, your job on this screen is to decide what do you need to do to get your submarine to the -3 so that it can collect the star. So we want to try to get our submarine on this screen to collect the star. And then on the next screen, so you're going to have 2 screens to work on. Then you're going to come up with 2 more ways to get the submarine to come to the -3, and then you'll check your work. You'll use the arrows to click either way and then check your work. So you're going to work on these 2 screens using these arrows, adjusting to what you think, trying your work, and seeing if you can capture the star. Everybody ready? I'm going to unpause you. Remember, you're working through 2 screens. Go for it.
Remember to use the check my work button to see the effect of what you're doing. It won't move until you hit check my work.
Check my work. Thank you for that reminder, Michael. Remember, there's 2 screens. So after you do screen 2, you can advance yourself to screen 3. Okay, about 1 more minute. If you have not explored on screen 3, please move yourself to 3. I can see lots of thinking behind the scenes here. As the teacher, I can see students working. I can see students trying different ways. All right, we're going to come back together in 3, 2, and 1 again. I'm going to pause you. I know that wasn't enough time. We're in a very short little time window here, but I can come behind the scenes and I can see what you were doing. And then I can capture these in a snapshot and I can show you, we can have this conversation. There are 4 different ways on the screen that you all were showing how to get trying to capture the star. And so I can see that we added 3 floats and we added 6 anchors. And so remember, we were thinking about how many red dots and how many blue dots to get it to the 0 location. And this time we were trying to get it to the -3, but we're still exploring. So I'm going to bring us to 2 more slides in our journey here together. So I'm going to click to the student view. Now, this time here, I want to highlight the difference on this screen. This time the submarine starts with 6 floats. So the floats are which color? The floats are, who remembers? Red. Red. And the anchors are the blue. Thank you. And it holds up to 10 floats and 10 anchors. I think somebody asked that earlier. How many does it hold? So this time you're going to adjust the floats and anchors to collect the star at 4 units. But who notices where is the submarine at this? Where's the submarine on this one? Did it start at 0?
It's at -2.
Ooh, it's at -2. So we've got to do some different thinking here. And again, if we were in the classroom, we'd be working with a partner. Hopefully, if you're at home with your student, y'all are working together. I'm going to sync you. Actually, I'm just going to open up that pacing. So now you have all 3 slides. And if you don't have any questions, you're going to attempt to capture this star by putting the action in and checking your work. All right, so I'm going to unpause you and go. Yes, the students are intuitively making sense about what they're doing, thinking about adding on the anchors and adding on the floats, thinking about their strategies, sharing them with each other. Let's see behind the scenes who's capturing the floor.
Everyone, hi, I'm so sorry to interrupt, Jen. I'm making my rounds, right?
Oh no!
You all got a little extra time than everybody else. So, my wonderful stakeholders, you're currently in the Amplify Desmos room. I believe this is 7th grade, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to ask that you go ahead and switch to the illustrative math room. So on some versions of Zoom, you will access that by clicking on the 3 dots on the bottom of your Zoom screen where it says more, and you'll have the option for breakout rooms there. And on other versions of Zoom, I'm noticing that breakout rooms shows up to the left of your more button. So that is how you will switch to illustrative math. Now, if anybody's having a hard time, you might notice that we might just switch you out so that you end up in illustrative math and then switch new people in. This is not ideal. We are definitely blaming Mother Nature for this one. So Jen, I'll give you another minute to just consolidate. Thank you all so much for your flexibility.
Absolutely. Thank you for engaging in our quick little lesson here. I think you can see how powerful and dynamic the platform is for helping students to make sense of math, helping students to create their own understanding alongside the teacher through these tools. We also have an amazing caregiver hub, which I'm going to drop into the chat. We'll want to be sure that you can explore this too. And thank you for being here on this very cold evening. We really appreciate you all. All right, I need to
For
give
those of you who are just joining or transitioning out, I'm just going to say a few words while we're here together about Amplify Desmos Math. What you're going to experience in this room, or what you might have experienced already, is the Amplify Desmos platform, which is the global standard for teaching math across the world because of its power at showing student brilliance, which was something that was very beautifully highlighted by the superintendent.
When the teachers get our program in their classroom, the teachers get beautiful teacher edition books, both to carry. Sometimes teachers just love the books, but they also get a digital license. And so they have it both ways. And the students also get a digital license, which you're going to see in just a minute. You'll get to explore that. And they also have student edition workbooks because we are 100% interchangeable. The students can use paper, they can use digital, they can use both, they can use one or the other. We also offer additional supports for teachers, intervention supports, assessment reports, practice problems, and we have ways to meet all the personalized learning too. All right, our core tenets of Amplify Desmos Math. We are a structured approach to problem-based learning, putting the students at the center and supporting the educators along the way. We're the high-quality instructional material that Nicole talked about, and they talked about the shift, and we are the shift. We also are an asset-based program, always thinking about what student brilliance is there, because every student comes to the math class with a level of brilliance every single day. And so our program builds on that student brilliance, meeting students where they are and extending their thinking. Amplify Desmos Math is based on illustrative mathematics. We've heard across the city that teachers have been having a hard time implementing the illustrative mathematics, but we fixed that. We came in, we're able to change things, we're able to make changes along the way. We've addressed those difficulties and we give students a much more effective experience. We are customized to the NYS Next Gen math standards. We are aligned to the Solves shifts that Nicole shared, going from and to. We are already the two. And so teachers using our program, students using our program naturally meets the shifts. We're a 100% blended program, as I said to you a minute ago. Teachers can use digital or print or both simultaneously. We have standards based performance data in real time where you can see what's happening and what's going on behind the scenes. And it's easy and flexible to implement for teachers at all levels of experiences. We put every support in there for the teachers and the teachers feel at ease using the program. And last but not least, the students and the teachers absolutely love it. If you could hear the classroom and hear the teachers and hear the reviews, it's absolutely, they absolutely are delighted by our program. Michael, do you want to add anything else before I switch to our lesson?
Yeah, just as Jen makes the switch into the lesson, just to let you know that because of the power of this platform and the engagement of this program, most of the districts selecting for this year selected Amplify Desmos Math as their curriculum to implement, and we're hoping to see similar levels of adoption in the year going forward. And part of the reason is that the Desmos platform that you're going to experience right now is the gold standard. It is the worldwide standard for teaching mathematics, and only the Amplify Desmos Math program has this technology and this capability. So we're excited to show it to you this evening.
All right, I just dropped into the chat a link to our lesson. When you click that link, it will bring you won't need to put the code in because it's already going to take you to the code, but you'll want to select continue without signing in. You don't need to worry about signing in, and then enter your name. And you'll know that you're with me when you come to a screen that says activity paused. So if you'll please click the link into the chat, continue without signing in, drop your name in, and then you'll be joining my class. I see my numbers are increasing. You can also go this way by typing it in yourself, but it's much easier if you just use the link in the chat. Give us about 30 more seconds.
I'm sorry, Jennifer. You're gonna have to give me a little bit of time. Mine's keep buffering, so I'm just gonna go back in again. Okay.
Oh, okay. And you can join us at any time, so it should catch you up to us. All right. Well, I am so excited that you are here and you came in and the activity was paused, and we call it the power of pause because when students are joining the class, if it's not paused, they start working ahead of the teacher. And so we want to make sure that we give all the directions, and then I will let you all explore. Today, this is a grade 7 lesson. It's the first lesson in the unit. Students are going to be exploring with numbers using this visual representation of a submarine. And so in just a minute, I'm going to unpause you. And this submarine in particular is controlled by floats and anchors. And so in just a minute, you'll be able to use the arrows to see what you notice, what you wonder. You can click both sides, try different combinations, see what it means. And then in just a minute, we will use our chat to share what you notice and what you wonder. So if there are no questions about the directions, I'm going to unpause you and let you explore.
You can't break it, so just press the buttons, try things out. This is all about getting a good feel for how this works.
What are you noticing and what are you wondering?
Do we answer now?
Not just yet. I'm giving you about 30 more seconds to explore. Great question. Julie, did it work for you? No. I'll leave it open, Julie. Once everybody's off of it, it might be less people, and then maybe you can come back and explore too. All right, let's come back together in 3, 2, and 1. And I'm going to pause your screen. And in a classroom full of students, everybody says no, because they want to keep exploring and the teacher wants the attention. So please drop in the chat, share some noticings, share some wonderings. And I can't wait to see what you noticed, what you wondered. Let's see.
Can I say without typing?
Sure, absolutely.
I noticed that both left and right arrows move the submarine up and down.
Oh, both left and right moved it up and down. What a great noticing. I'm wondering why. I noticed that when I had more floats than anchors, I could not go deeper. More floats than anchors. Oh, great noticing there too. 10 floats and 10 anchors keep the sub centered at 0. Kenneth, what an amazing noticing. We're going to talk about that in just a minute too. Floats made the submarine go up, anchors made it go down, and the dots on the submarine are connected to the floats and anchors. Who else noticed that? That's such a great noticing that there's dots across the top that represent the number of floats, and there's dots across the bottom that represent the number of anchors. Wonder who else noticed that. Any wonderings? Any other noticings or wonderings before I move us to the next screen? All right.
Yes, I wanted to know why the anchors only move the submarine up and down and not towards the right.
Oh, why is it just moving it up and down instead of side to side? What a great wondering. What a great wondering. Okay. Well, keep all those thoughts in mind as we explore on the next slides. I'm going to set our pace. I'm going to explain the directions, and then I'm going to set you free to do that. Let me get him back where he goes. I think he didn't reset from earlier. All right. So you're going to be tasked with thinking about how to get this submarine who's at 0 to -3. So the submarine starts with 4 floats and 4 anchors. You should have 4 floats and 4 anchors showing. And the submarine is at 0. Why do you think that the submarine is at 0? If it has 4 floats and 4 anchors, and if you remember what Kenneth said earlier, he said 10 floats and 10 anchors. Why do you think it's at 0? Who wants to share? Why might it be at 0?
Because they're balancing each other out.
Oh, they're balancing each other out. So if there were 7 floats, how many anchors would there need to be at 0?
7.
7. And Kenneth said 10 floats and 10 anchors were at 0. How about 5 floats? How many anchors would we need?
5.
5. All right. So I want you to keep that in mind as you're trying to work through. You're trying to capture the star at the -3. Remember that you can add floats, you can add anchors, you can take away anchors, take away floats, and then check your work to see what happens. On the next screen, you're then going to try to come up with 2 more ways to capture the star at -3. Remember again, using those floats, those anchors, and checking your work. You're going to have 2 screens to work through, and I'm going to unpause you. Ready, set, go. We have 5 minutes left. Zero is the median. Love that. Give us about 1 more minute to explore. If you haven't gone to screen 3 yet, try screen 3. Yes, you should be able to click through screen 2 and 3 at the top. So for you as the student, you should be able to advance to the next screen when you're in 2. Click the next button, and then it will move you forward. All right. Ooh, I can see lots of thinking down here. We're going to come back together in 3, 2, and 1. And so I'm just going to show you the power of real time with our program. For teachers, for students, for parents, I can easily come and talk about, this was behind the scenes. I could see your work in real time. I'm able to capture a picture of it, put it up on the screen. And in our math class, we would talk about how many different ways, look at all the different ways that we were able to capture that star. There wasn't just one way. And I love that you all challenged yourselves, not even just for 2 more ways, but for 3 more ways. So we would come back and have a great discussion here as a class if we were all together. And I just wanted to share that we can that with you all because I was peeking behind the scenes. All right. So you couldn't pass the first one. There's no failing here. It's all right. We can keep trying and you're going to get it the more we do this lesson together. Don't worry. All right, let's look at screen 4 now. I'm going to open it up. You're paused, I know, but this time the submarine does something tricky. It starts with 6 floats and 8 anchors, and it has space for up to 10 anchors and 10 floats. And this time it's at -2. Oh no. Before we go, because they're cutting us off, I just want to share with you, there are so many resources here for you as parents. If you are on the call with your students, there are so many resources here. So I want to be sure to share our caregiver hub. Thank you for engaging in that. We were going to try and capture the star at 4 this time, starting at -2. So you can see how this lesson is building and students would begin to be making sense of the floats and the anchors and thinking about them as numbers, thinking about representations of sums and differences on a number line while using the submarine. Anything else I missed before our 9 seconds is up, Michael?
No, just that I'm glad you got to experience the power and why this is the way math is being taught all over the world.
Grade illustrative math lesson around rational numbers. So I hope you brought your thinking caps because we are going to have some talking back and forth. You can put things in the chat as well, but we're excited to have you here. If you feel comfortable coming off camera, that is so helpful. Since we know we were going to do this in person, it's a lot more fun if we can see each other and kind of bounce ideas off of each other. But if not, that is okay as well. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to get started with our 7th grade lesson. So welcome to class, everyone. We are going to develop our signed number sense today. Okay, we have been working with rational numbers for a while now. Think positive and negative. We've been doing addition and subtraction and multiplication and division. And now we're going to kind of pull all of that together in our lesson today and practice all of it. So first we're going to do a warm up together. Okay, it's called a math talk. We've been doing these a lot. You guys know these really well. And I want you to think think by yourself for just 1 minute whether this is true or whether this is false. So this is saying negative 38.76 times negative 15.6 is negative. I want you to think to yourself, would that be true or false? Don't have to solve it. True or false? And if I could have a friend come off mute and tell me what they believe, if this is true or false, and why.
Oh, okay, so I'll go. I'm Ashley Freeman.
Thanks, Ashley.
It is false.
Why do you think so?
Because the operation rule is any negative times a negative will give you a positive.
Oh, a negative times a negative is a positive. Does anyone agree or disagree with that? Okay, I see some nods. Okay. Let's see. Selena, was your hand up? Oh, looks like you dropped it. Okay, no worries. Let's
No,
go
that was just an agreement.
You were in agreement. Thanks, Selena. Let's do another one together, class. 10,000 minus 99,999 is less than 0. What do we think about that? Is that true or false? Who wants to come off mute and share what they think? Anyone want to tell me you think it's less than 0? Arabelle, I'm going to call on you. What do you think this? What do you think the answer to this would be? True or false?
I think it's true.
You think it's true. Does anyone agree or disagree with Arabelle? Julie says thumbs up. Thumbs up. Why do we agree, Julie?
99, 90, what am I saying? 99,909 is negative. No, I'm a math teacher. It's larger than 10,000. So if I take a smaller value from a larger, the value is going to be negative, and negative is on the left of 0.
Yes, you're exactly right, Julie. I love how you talked about taking that larger value away from the smaller one. Excellent job. Let's move on to our third one, class. 3/4 times negative 4/3 is equal to 0. We've talked a lot about reciprocal numbers too. So think about that for a moment. Is that true or false? Okay, does anyone want to share with me what they think? True or false?
It's true.
It's true. Okay, who said that?
Miss Brown, Jarena Brown.
Oh, Miss Brown. Okay. Miss Brown says it's true. Does anyone agree or disagree with Miss Brown? We have some agreement. Okay. So I want you to think about that, friends. If I have a positive times a negative, and up here we said a negative times a negative is a positive. Let's come back to this slide here. Oop, missed my slides. If I say that we have those, you guys told me that this should be a positive number. So what do you think a positive times a negative should be?
A negative.
Oh, a negative. Okay. Can 0 be negative?
No.
No, 0 can't be negative, but I saw where you were going with that. Okay. When we think about that positive and negative, sometimes we think addition and subtraction, right? And maybe if those were reciprocals, those would be 0. But this is going to be a positive times a negative is equal to a negative number. Okay. All right, let's do one more, guys. This one's a little bit longer looking, but just the same as the others. We got some positives and negatives in here. 30 times negative 80 minus 50 is equal to flipping that around. 50 minus 30 times negative 80. Do we think that's a true statement or a false statement? Oh, I got some in the chat. False. Ashley says false. Ashley, can you tell us why you think that?
Yeah, so one side of the equation, you're subtracting 50, and the other side of the equation, you're subtracting from 50.
So you're subtracting 50 on one side, and what was the other side?
The other side, you're subtracting from 50.
Oh, you're subtracting from 50. So it's really 50 minus probably a large number, right? Because we're looking at 30 times 80, so a large number. Okay, I would agree with you that this would be false. Does anyone disagree? Or want to add to it? Or figure it out a different way? Okay. Did anyone use the same strategy as Ashley there? Okay, I'm guessing that Julie probably used the same strategy just based on what she was looking at for number 2. So way to go, Julie. And we are going to come back to some negatives and positives in just a moment, guys. But I just wanted to warm up your brains with those positive and negative operations, okay? If you notice, we did all kinds of operations here. We did multiplication. We did subtraction. We did multiplying fractions, which is division. And then we also did multiplication and subtraction at the bottom, okay? So we're going to move on to our next activity, friends. And this is a card sort, okay? Now, if we were in person together, I would be assigning this a couple of different ways to my friends in the room. I would have cards that are actually cut out for you guys to be sorting through, but I could also be assigning this digitally based on the time frame they were in. We couldn't really make that happen today, but I'm going to show you what that looks like should I assign it digitally in just a moment. Here's the activity. First, we're going to be arranged in groups of 2. Okay, that's not going to happen in this case because we're already in a breakout room, can't go in another one. But then think about kids in the classroom. Let's say they're working with their elbow partner here. They're going to be given a set of cards to work on together. And then they're going to take turns matching cards with a partner. Okay, we will wrap it all up to have a whole class discussion based on some specific questions that I want to ask students as they're going through this. Okay, so here are my cards. I would be giving these out to my students and asking them to match 2 expressions that have the same value, okay? So I am going to just leave this here and I'm going to give you guys some quiet think time for about 1 minute. And I want you to maybe write down just a couple of different cards that you see as matches, okay? Because I'm going to ask you to share out those in just a moment. So just jot down a couple of them that you think would create the same value if we were to finish out the expression. Okay, I'm going to bring you back together. And I want you to imagine that in the classroom, we would be doing this with our partners. That's one piece of Imagine I Am that is holding true. We are always having students work together after some quiet think time on their own. So here I might ask students to share out what they've noticed throughout their matching. But note that as a teacher, I would have been walking around the room as well to ensure that I saw what matches students were making. I can sequence my students really in a really thoughtful way based on how they were matching up their different cards. So does anyone want to share out and tell me 2 cards that you find go together? Oh, Miss Garcia, you are off mute, but I can't hear you. Okay, we'll wait.
-10 minus 7 and -10 plus -7.
Ooh, so you said -10 minus 7, so that's this one here. I'm going to get my cursor. -10 minus 7, and then you said -10 plus -7?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to me why you think that?
So in this case, the positive instead of the we have -10 plus -7.
Mhm.
It's just the same as that you're saying, eliminating the plus sign, the positive sign, which still gives you a -10 minus 7. So it's like I owe you $10 and I'm still borrowing another $7. So it's the same as.
Yes, that's right. You're really drawing into what we've already established this unit. I love that, Cream. We know that subtracting is also the same thing as adding a negative. So I can actually pull these down here because I know that those go together. Excellent job. Love it. Does anyone have another 2 matches that they wanted to share?
I'm gonna use 1 divided by 1/4
1
and
divided by 1/4, okay.
1 times 4.
And 1 times 4. Wow, those seem really different. Why do you think those are the same, Julie?
Because when you're dividing, you're really multiplying by the reciprocal. So you'll be multiplying by 4 over 1.
Exactly. You're pulling on that reciprocal stuff we've been doing. Love it, girl. So we think 1 times 4 and 1 divided by 1/4 is how much? 4. I saw it. Okay, so I'm going to pull that down here. Okay, right there. And I can also match up. Oops, went too far. There we go. Match it all the way. Pull it down here. Okay, let's do one more match, friends. Anyone want to call out 2 that you think go together and why?
I did. Oh, I don't see it now. Where is it? Oh, 1 minus -2.
Okay.
Is that the one I did? Yeah, and then 1 plus 2.
1 minus -2 and 1 plus 2. Look at those right on top of each other. Arabelle, why do you think those are the same?
So this is where my parent hat comes in. As a parent, I don't know how to explain this to my child. I just know how to do it from how I learned it in school. I don't know what language to use because I'm not math trained. I just
Yeah.
know how to solve it.
Well, first of all, props to you for speaking out and sharing. We love that. One thing that students will know at this point is that subtracting a negative is the same thing as addition. So we've talked about that in depth in this course already. And so you hit it right on the head that they will already know that these are the same. Okay, so I'm going to guess you know that 1 plus 2 is 3. And I can match those up. Excellent job, Arabelle. Okay. So from here, guys, because of timing, I'm going to stop us for just a moment. And I want to show you a couple of features here that students would be engaging with if we had more time to get you logged in and all those great things. So one thing that Illustrative Math has in our platform is something called Live Learn. So imagine that I'm doing the same lesson with my students, but they are working digitally to capture their answers. Okay, so I want you to imagine here we are, we're going through it as a class, but I'm really curious how my students are answering it on their own. I can click into my students, whether it is anonymous or not, and I can see how they are answering in writing out their reasoning. Okay, for this matching one that we just did, friends, this is what it looks like on my end. So I can run through any student who's going through this matching activity with their peers, and we can see exactly how they are answering and where they might be struggling. Okay, so this allows me as the teacher to really hone in on who exactly in the class might need some additional help with their addition and subtraction here, or maybe their multiplication of rational numbers. And there is a view as well where I can put everyone on the screen and I would be able to see everyone's answers. Although in this case, this is kind of a large area, so that might get a little confusing, but just want you to know that teachers have that ability to look through the student responses. Okay, so we're going to go back to our lesson itself. And the next piece involves what we call a synthesis. Okay, so imagine we've gone through this activity, we've done our pairs together, we've had a lot of different voices from our class heard, and now I want to ask a few questions to synthesize our learning. How are a number and its opposite the same or different? We've seen a lot of opposites. We talked about some different kinds in our warm-up and in our activity. How are a number and its opposite the same or different? This is very common. I want everyone to know. So in this situation, I would say, what's an example of a number and its opposite? Can anyone give me an example of that?
4 and -4.
Thank you, ma'am. 4 and -4. Okay. So how are these the same and how are they different?
So they're the same because they're the same distance from 0.
Beautiful. I love hearing that, Julie. That's exactly right. We've been working with number lines for a long time, guys. And Julie remembers that, oh, 4 and -4 are the same distance from 0. Very good. How are they different?
They're different because one is a larger value and one is a smaller value. I don't know if I should say that. Well, I guess it can. One is a large value. One is
No.
larger than the other.
Yeah. And yeah, one is larger than the other. How else could we say that looking at the signs?
One is
Negative.
negative and one is positive.
One is negative, one is positive. Excellent job. Look how we just collaborated there as a class to figure that out. I love it. It's great. Now let's go to question 2. What operation is equivalent to subtracting a given number? Okay. This is one that just came up in our last activity. What's equivalent to subtracting a given number?
Alice and Kathy just sent out a message that folks who are in illustrative math should switch to Amplify and vice versa.
Okay.
Just want to let you know.
We right this second?
Yeah, she sent it out just now. Yeah.
Okay, totally fine. Thank you guys for joining. Just know that we would finish this synthesis and get some great conversation going in the classroom as well. Great to be with you guys. Thank you for stopping in. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. Thanks for joining. Eliza, will you let me know when to start?
Sure, you can get started. Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, welcome in, everyone. Excited to be here. This is illustrative mathematics for 7th grade. We're going to be talking about rational numbers today. That includes positive and negative numbers, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. And just so everyone knows, this is something that students have been well versed with. So they've been really leading up to this lesson, learning a lot about the different operations of rational numbers. So we're going to get started. If you feel comfortable coming off camera, would love that. That really emulates more of that classroom setting that we were hoping to have in person today. We're going to start with our math talk. Okay, so our math talk is a routine that is very common in illustrative mathematics. It gets students talking about the math of the day, zero pressure, low floor, high ceiling. We want them to feel confident as they're going into this content. And so I would like my class here to take a moment quietly and decide whether this statement is true. Negative 38.76 times negative 15.6 is negative. Is that true or false? Is there anyone out there that would like to share their what they think with the class? Do you think it's negative or positive, and why? And if you'd rather drop in the chat, that's fine too. Okay, I'm going to keep going. Feel free to come off mute if you would like to share. Oh, I've got a chat. David says positive. He says positive. Does anyone agree or disagree with David? He says that this is positive. Oh, Eliza agrees. Love it. So we know that this is positive from all of our work with negative and positives, that when you multiply two negatives together, we do get a positive. So we're going to go to the next one here. 10,000 minus 99,999 is less than 0. 10,000 minus 99,999, less than 0. What do we know about that? Hey. All right. We know that 10,000 minus 99,999 is a negative number. So what this is saying is that this answer is negative, and that is less than 0. And we know from all of our number line work, guys, that anything that's over here on the negative is going to be less than 0. So yes, this one is true. Okay, we're going to go to number 3. 3/4 times negative 4/3 is equal to 0. Do we agree with that? Is that true or false? Natalie, I'm going to pick on you, hun, because your camera just came off. Do we think that is true or false, that third one there?
I was just checking in since I just popped in, so let me see. True or false? I don't know. We'll play devil's advocate. I don't know. True.
True. Okay. You know, this came up in my last class that this was true. If we think about this positive times a negative, okay, usually that does not equal 0, right? A positive times a negative is going to equal a negative. So I think we should say false. Thanks for playing devil's advocate, Miss Natalie. Love it. Okay, number 4 class, and this is the last one of our warm-up, and then we'll move into our activity. 30 times negative 80 minus 50 is equal to 50 minus 30 times negative 80. So we've kind of flip-flopped this equation here. What do we think? Michelle, thanks for being off camera, love. What do you think? Do you think this is true or false?
It's false.
It's false. Okay, does anyone want to help Michelle with our reasoning as to why? Why would that be false?
Isn't it additive inverse?
Yeah, these we're taking this negative 30 times, 30 times negative 80, which is a very large negative number, and we're subtracting 50 from it. Or we're taking 50 and we're taking a negative number from it. So when we did our work with our number lines this whole unit, you guys got really good at understanding when we're going negative, when we're going positive, but this is not the same. Okay, these are not going to be equal. And I want you to remember that as we move into our next activity. Okay, so our next activity here is a card sort. Now, guys, if we were in person like we all dreamed it would be tonight, I would actually have an activity card sort for you. Oh, it looks like these are closing. Did you see that note, Natalie?
I just saw that too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna keep going. If we get cut off, let's all come back.
Yeah.
If we were
Agreed.
in person, I'd have a tangible card sort for you guys to work on in partners. We also have the ability to work digitally with students. So I'm going to show that piece to you. But since we are not together and I can't really put you in groups of two, we're going to keep moving forward with this activity. I'm going to explain some of that to you. So the way that illustrative mathematics is structured is that every activity students are working together, either in pairs or in trios, and we're really thinking through the different approaches that students are using. So we're hearing from each other. In this activity, I would give students a set of cards, each group of two, and they're going to take turns matching.
To walk them through it again.
Okay. All right, everyone. So we abruptly brought you all back just so we can kind of have an official reset. And if you were in an amplified Desmos room, actually switch you to illustrative and vice versa. We are noticing that some people are not able to self-select. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it to Shane that's going to be able to help us with that self-selection process. If all else fails, we will put you in the rooms ourselves. Apologies, and once again, thank you for your flexibility.
Okay, thank you very much, Kathy. At this time, all the rooms have been closed. They will be open in a second. What we're asking for is for folks to go ahead and switch to the opposite room that they were in before. To select a room, you will go into the bottom corner and click on More. You'll see 3 dots. And there you will see breakout rooms. You're not going to see anything right now because they're not open yet. When they are open, you will be able to click on the bottom. Some people may see breakout rooms as a separate section. Others may see it in the More option, depending on which version of Zoom you're using. If you need assistance with being placed into a room, you can use the raise hand function. That way, that'll let someone know that you need assistance going into a new room. Once again, we're going to switch rooms. All the vendors can go back to their room that they were in before. We're looking to switch all the participants. Opening rooms now.
Also, just for clarity, if you
Hi, everyone. Welcome back.
And we're back.
We are back, Eliza. I like it. Okay, I am going to pick up where I left off. I'm going to share my screen. We are just starting activity 2 here. And let me get everything situated. Okay, here we go. So we're just starting activity 2. And as we're going through this activity, I'm asking students to work with a partner and to think about which 2 cards could be matched together that have the same value. Okay, so thinking about these expressions, the students have been working with all different operations with positive and negative throughout this unit. This is kind of like a culminating activity for them. So we want to find the matches. And I would like for you guys to just take a moment on your phones or on your computer, however you're engaging with us tonight, and to look at a couple of these cards and think about which 2 could you match up together. Okay, they all have a pair, they all have a match, but you come up with one in your head because I'd like for a few of you to share out in just a moment. Okay, I'm going to ask for volunteers first. Would anyone like to tell me what you and your partner, let's pretend you have a partner, came up with as a match having the same value?
8 divided by 4
Okay, 8 divided by 4, what else?
and 8 multiplied by a quarter.
8 multiplied by a quarter. Where am I finding that? Here we go. And why do you think that those are a match?
They end up with the same value
They
of
come up,
2.
what is that value?
2.
2. How did we know that? We knew 8 divided by 4 is 2, but how did you know 8 times a fourth was 2?
Because you were dividing by 4, and if you express if you express this one 8 over 4, it can be the same thing as 8 over 1 times 1 over 4.
Wonderful.
So that they become the same thing.
Wonderful. So you are recognizing this as 8 over 1 times 1 over 4. And you multiplied straight across to get 8 over 4, which is 2. Excellent job. I love that approach. I can actually now pull down my cards to match up to be 2. Thank you so much for sharing. Here we go. What's another match that you guys saw? Anyone want to share with us? Elvira, you look like you're looking hard at it. I'd love to hear what you're thinking.
Oh, -10, -7, and -10 plus parentheses -7. That would give you 17. -17.
Jillian, thank you so much. So she says -10 minus 7 and -10 plus -7. How do we know that those both give us -17? Jillian.
Because when two negatives are together, the signs are the same, we're just adding them. And the other one, just separate them to signify that it's an addition by a parentheses.
Yeah, exactly. So if we think back to our number line here, we know 0 is here. Let's say -10 is here. This -7, this shows us that we're going backwards 7, right? And that we would get all the way to -17. And here, if we start at -10 and we do plus a -7, we've worked with number lines long enough, guys, that you know that I wouldn't go that way. I'd go that way to the left for that negative. So thank you so much, Jillian, for sharing that with us. Excellent job. Miss Alvera, we interrupted you. Did you want to say something?
No, I'm lost. So
Okay.
I'm looking at them. I'm lost. I don't.
No worries. No worries. Okay. Anyone else want to share 2 cards that make the same value?
1 minus -2.
Okay.
And 1 plus 2.
1 plus 2. Great. Why do you think these have the same value?
Because a negative and a negative, they give you a positive when you're multiplying.
Okay.
So it would be 1 plus 2 for the negative, like 1 minus -2 becomes 1 plus 2.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. She's so right, because we have been working with this for days now, guys, and you guys have learned that that minus a negative is the same thing as saying addition, okay? So we know that that 1 plus 2 is 3, and we know that 1 plus 2 is 3. Excellent job, okay? So guys, in a class setting, students would be doing this together in pairs, and the teacher's walking around and looking at the different approaches, looking at the different pairs, asking probing questions if maybe some pairs don't line up, or if we're having some struggles really understanding. So let me show you what that looks like in a digital format as well. Imagine Learning, Illustrative Math, has something called Live Learn. And so I want you to envision all of my students are logged in to their devices. I can actually see in real time how students are answering. So if you remember, this was our warm-up before we moved back to the big room and then came back here. But probably one of the most thought-provoking pieces here is that I can see how all of my students are answering in real time. I can also put this on one big screen and see everyone's answers at once, although in this particular activity, maybe not the best for us. But this allows me to go through each student who's logged in and see how they're answering this question. Okay, if we come back to our activity, the next piece and an important piece in illustrative math is the synthesis. So I want to ask questions based on our warm-up, based on our activity, to really hone in on the learning goal of the day, which is to be really feeling confident with all the operations of rational numbers. So first question is, how are a number and its opposite the same or different? Okay, the first thing we really need to do, class, is define what's an opposite. Can anyone give me an example of what opposite numbers are? Okay. And if this were to happen, I might just bring up, okay, guys, we just did some problems with 2 and 3, something low for students. How about 2 and -2? These are opposites. What's the same about them?
They cancel each other out?
They do if I did what with them?
Inverses.
If I added them together, that's right. And the reason Elvira knows that is because we've done so much work on our number line, right? We know that if I go this way 2, I'm going to get 0. And if I go this way 2, I'm going to get to 0. Excellent job. I love that you realize that. What's different about these two numbers?
The signs are different.
They are. One is positive and one is negative. Excellent. Okay, let's keep going. What operation is equivalent to subtracting a given number? We had a friend share this with us earlier. Okay, so what's the same thing as me
Adding a
saying
given number.
adding a given number or adding a
Inverse, I guess, the opposite.
yeah.
Opposite sign?
Yeah, so if I say subtracting, let's say 4 minus 2, equivalent to that is 4 plus -2. So adding the opposite, okay? Very good. You guys are on a roll. Third question, how are a number and its reciprocal the same or different? Well, first, guys, let's define reciprocal. That's a big word, but we've seen it a lot this unit. Reciprocal. Anyone know what that is?
Oh my goodness, it's been a while. What is it like?
Flipping the fraction.
It's like flipping
Oh,
it, yeah, it's flipping it
numerator becomes
over.
denominator.
Oh,
Like
yes,
a
I
3 over
love it,
1
you
over
guys.
1 over 3. Yeah. Go
Yeah, I
ahead.
love it. So I just heard someone say 1/3. 1/3.
Right.
And the reciprocal is flipped.
3
3
over,
over
yes.
1. Very nice. Okay, so how are these the same? How are they different?
Don't they
Goodness
still
gracious,
cancel
you
each
making
other
us
out?
work.
They kind of do. So if we were to multiply these, what happens here?
They become 1.
Yeah, we'd have
They would
1
become 1.
times 3 is 3. 3 times 1 is 3. And we all know 3 over 3 is 1. Excellent job, guys. Love it. Last question. What operation is equivalent to dividing by a given number?
Multiplication.
Of what?
Of the inverse.
The reciprocal.
Oh, the reciprocal.
Yes.
Yay.
So if we did. So if we go back to one of those problems we had from the matching, if we think about 8 times 1/4, okay, this is the same. Where am I going with this? Operation is equivalent to dividing by a given number. Okay, so 8 divided by 2 is 4. Okay, what operation is equivalent to dividing by a given number? If I would have multiplied by the reciprocal, that's where we're at. Okay, excellent job today, guys. One thing I want you to know with illustrative math, because I know that I heard a few of you say, oh, I haven't seen this in a while. We have family support embedded in the curriculum for you. So in multiple languages, can go home. You can see what students are doing within each unit of the curriculum itself. We were here in Unit 5 today, and so you would be able to see some activities you could do with your students. It explains it in family-friendly language. So know that we have supports for you guys too, along with teachers and students. Any questions I can answer for you?
No, you did a wonderful job.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. We're excited to be here with you guys, and thanks for taking your evening and being here as well. Appreciate it.
Okay, I have one question, right? So I know you have like an accelerated curriculum.
Yes.
Do you have like a curriculum that's lower than the standard version?
So I hear what you're saying. So what New York Solves is trying to do is make sure that every student is accessing their grade level materials. So we do have support within the curriculum for teachers to support students who are performing below level, but to ensure that students are still engaged in their grade level and still having that access. So that's where that low floor, high ceiling warm-ups and activities come into play. Making sure everyone can enter into the math and feel successful before the content gets rigorous and difficult. But supports are embedded for any lower level learners.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else? Okay, I think we've got 2 more minutes. I'm happy to stay on if you have any questions. And if not, you're welcome to pop back into the main room. And I think they have a couple more things for us tonight.
Good evening again. We hope that within your breakout rooms, you had the idea or you captured our idea of giving you an opportunity to experience both Amplify and illustrative math. At this time, I know Kirkland mentioned earlier that, hey, we're all going to decide. Tonight, we're not really deciding. We are giving feedback for both curriculum. So I just want to pause before we go into the panel discussion. And I want to give you an opportunity, and I'm going to ask you to use the chat if you can. And just a word or two, maybe even a phase. What are you thinking about in reference to either curriculum? If you just want it to be general, that's okay. But if you want to be more specific about the curriculum, you can say the name of the curriculum in a word or phrase. And better yet, if you have a question, you can add that to the chat right now. Thank you. Oh, great. Gotcha. So I'm going to read them as they come through as fast as I can. I like that it's more engaging and colorful, easy of use, which was Amplify, sense making at the forefront. And it just skipped. Illustrative seems more open-ended and open to more right answers. Both support the shifts in allowing the students to share their thinking to help construct knowledge. This was really an eye-opener because, hold on, something is blocking that last word. I see the O and nothing after that. I'm going to assume it's our. This is really an eye-opener because our children will have to ask and talk to each other. I liked both, but illustrative, I guess, ... And my thing is now skipping. Both invite students to make meaning first. There's an emphasis on student discourse used to develop understanding of mathematical concepts as opposed to teacher explicitly teaching. Interesting. Jeanette said, amplify ease of use, digital and paper workbooks are aligned and accessible to teachers and students, easy to pivot to remote. Ooh, somebody got that plug in there. Amplify seemed the same as the current curriculum, the bar charts that my child is doing now that she hates. Amplify seems to be geared to kinesthetic learners. Interesting. So Ashley Freeman said, float and anchors with Amplify Math is a great way to get students to understand negative and positive numbers on a vertical line graph. Amplify allow us to show student work, to engage in a class discussion. Debinka Morel said, I liked Amplify better. So as much as we're not voting, DESMOS Amplify is getting a lot of love in this chat. So Andrea Castellano, I skipped a few, said Amplify. Oh, wait, my thing is skipping because more texts are coming in. Amplify images were clearer and more conducive to discussion. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your feedback with this. I'm glad we can just narrow it down. At the end of this session, we are going to give you an opportunity to give deeper feedback. We have some QR codes and some links that we're going to give you right after the panel discussion, where you can give more of your insight. We can go to the next slide. Okay. So we also want to give you an opportunity. Well, first, let's start with what we did do. We gave you an overview of the shifts from New York City Solves. Dr. Kirkland really took you through some of the strategies we took in reference to getting us to this point and what we plan to do afterwards. And then we allowed you to see the programs showcase what they got for us in both fourth grade and seventh grade. And I want you to know that both fourth grade, both Amplify and Illustrative, was given the same standard and the same for seventh grade. Seventh grade also had the same standard. So we were comparing apples to apples. And then when we got to the seventh grade, oranges to oranges. Now we're going to have the opportunity to hear from teachers, educators in the field who are actually working in these programs. Led by Ms. Osaraman Elcock, President of Community Educational Council. She's going to ask a few questions, and we ask that you all put it on your listening ears. And she has these questions for our panel of educators. Dr. Arabelle Pembroke from middle school. She's a principal at Rams. Brittany Reddish, elementary teacher at 23K 184. Craig Garber, principal, middle school principal for Bees. Julie McCurdy, middle school teacher at 23K 522. That's Mott Hall. 4. Michelle George, middle school math teacher at Bees, who's doing Algebra 1, that is 8th grade. Solori de Hoyos, elementary school teacher for 23K 184. And forgive me, Shabha Noreen, middle school math teacher, Bees, grade 6. Tiffany Tavella, elementary school teacher at 23K 150, and Dr. Tracy Qualls, elementary school principal 23K 150. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Osaraman Elcock, President of Community Education Council. And President Elcock, as you come forward, thank you so much for being a partner in this work.
Good evening, everyone. How are you today? So at this time, I would ask a few questions. I would ask the educators first, and we have 3. So My first question is, how do you feel about supporting your teachers? How do you feel about the support your teachers have received from the Amplified and the Illustrated team? Principal Penbrook, please. You're up first.
Rams was not a pilot school for either curricula that was demonstrated today, but I am excited about seeing what the support would look like. So at this time, I'm going to defer to any educator on the call that has had experience with either Amplify or IM during our pilot program.
Good night, everyone. My name is Julie McCurdy. I've had experience with IM. We did get a lot of support in the beginning in terms of rolling out the curriculum and being explained how it connects with the shifts and how it works in terms of walking the students through the lessons. What would have been more effective in my case was to have a lot more modeling of actually seeing the program in action. And so it was supportive in terms of giving us the information, but I needed more information about how the little parts of the program work together. How does the data part work in seeing the students' data, and how does the looking at the materials and being able to put everything together to be more holistic in my teaching with the kids. But they did give you a lot of support in just showing you what the program was about, how does it work, and what to expect from your students and so forth.
Thank you so much. Principal Garber, same question. How do you feel about the support your teachers have received from Amplified and Illustrated team?
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. So at Bees, we piloted IM in grade 6. And I mean, we were overly supported. The team from Illustrative have held a few in-person trainings, provided us with all the materials we needed, and really the partnership felt like intentional and responsive, not like one size fits all, right? And all of it with under the umbrella is that like we're trying something out here, with the hope that if it works for our kids, then it won't just be like a test. We're like, all right, now let's do this for real. Now, I would assume, actually, I would predict that the same level of support would probably increase, if we were to like sort of get hitched and not just think about, all right, maybe we're going to be dating each other, but like, really get in there, and then our school will be running in all 3 grades, and it would just be sort of the lifeblood of what we do. So I'm pleased with the level and quality of support this year.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to jump in if I may. Teacher at 23K 150, also piloting IM.
Yes.
We have had tremendous support from the IM team. The district has offered us, I want to say about 2 to 3 professional learning opportunities where we went to the district office for professional development and how to kind of navigate through the platform. I think, we talk about the kids making sense of the math. It was a lot about us making sense of the program. So I think when the teachers were able to ask the questions that they needed, support in, the team was readily available. I know I had worked closely with Robert Corkill, who was one of the fellows from IM, and doing like a demonstration lesson for my colleagues across the district. And we worked very closely together to set that up. And any question I had, he was readily available for me. So I think we had extreme support, and it's been pretty seamless in my classroom in 4th grade.
Thank you so much. These following questions are for the teachers, educators. What is one piece of advice you wish someone had given you about IM and Amplified before you started using it? 184.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me fine?
Yes.
Okay, so for me, my name is Miss Reddish. I'm a second grade teacher over at PSIS 184. And one piece of advice I think for me that would have been beneficial is I get to kind of work smarter and not harder. So we piloted the Amplify curriculum. And I think it's so intentional that it's set up for students to really engage in dialogue with each other within their problem solving thinking. So it takes me away from having to be the leader and having to facilitate, whereas I'm able to just open it up to the children and have them engage with each other, talk about strategies that they may want to use, that they may know, and decide what strategies work best for them within getting the right answer. So I think in this way, I was able to, take a step back, work smarter and not harder. I don't have to necessarily dive into the curriculum so hard to see what's missing or what I need to take away to support my students. But everything is already there for me to kind of just give it to the students and have them go at it.
Thank you so much. Same question. Mahal?
For myself, for executing the program, I found that the students were very much more engaged in being able to work through certain concepts for themselves. There was a lot more conversations that were being had. For myself, I am usually wanting to be the one in front of the room talking, and it was allowed me to just take a step back and be able to see the kids and what their thinking is, which is really important when you're trying to gather how students learn and what they need and what they don't need. So it was really, really impactful in terms of the students being able to share their voice and be able to execute the lesson.
Thank you so much. Same question. I would like to give it to Bees. And the question is, what is one piece of advice you wish someone has given to you about AIM and Amplified before you started? Bees? A teacher from Bees?
Good night, I'm Michelle. One piece of advice would be that you don't have to do all the activities in that IM lesson. Knowing which ones to select is very key. And then knowing how to connect it back to your lesson synthesis is very key. Like the previous Brittany said, it's working smarter, not harder. So it's a lot of facilitation that takes place, as the teacher has to also be willing to be uncomfortable with silence because the discussion is now led by the students and not by the teacher. So the engagement part is really the teacher just following the questions. The students are coming up with their own ideas.
Thank you so much. And 150, same question.
Piece of advice. I think really it's just about like not necessarily like panicking if the kids didn't get it at first or if they struggled at first. I think as educators, we're so used to explicitly teaching something in the very beginning of a lesson. And with this iPilot IM, it's totally reversed. And it's giving the students the opportunity to make sense and dig deeper into the mathematical concepts on their own first. So it was a shift for me as an educator, but also a shift to the students because you did have some students that didn't have those critical thinking skills that now you're seeing it's been 3 months and you're seeing how far their critical thinking skills have come and you're seeing that in the data. No matter what math problem is presented to them, whether it was a standard I taught or a standard that I haven't taught thus far, they're able to start by saying, hey, let me make sense of this first, as opposed to just getting frustrated and picking any answer. So I think it really gave the kids the mathematical thinking skills and strategies to apply to any math content.
Thank you so much for that. The next question is for admin. How does the curriculum help address diverse learners' needs while still keeping all students on grade level content? Principal Quells?
Good evening, everyone. We piloted IM 360, which I found the program to be extremely different from the way we used to teach or the way other curriculums are being implemented. One of the things that I noticed is that because they have a low floor, high ceiling new shift, in this math on the math shifts around New York City Solve. Now we are teaching to the standards, but giving students the opportunity to solve it on their own. So we meet them where they are and validate their responses. And once you validate their responses, it brings confidence to the children to want to do more and engage more. So we meet them where they are and have their peers support them in getting them to grade level. So it's pretty good. Amplify.
Thank you so much, Dr.
You're
Quills.
welcome.
Same question, Principal Pembroke, sorry.
I'm going to speak from the lens of being able to engage with both of them today. Like I stated, RAMS did not have the opportunity to pilot it, but in being able to see both Amplify DESMOS and IM, I would say that my experience of being a former English language learner myself, I think that I had more entryway and access to getting to the content when I was engaging with the DESMOS platform. The problem was visual, it was game-centered. I appreciated how the facilitator invited us to just make meaning conceptually, visually. There were opportunities to have multiple at-bats with trying to ascertain what the overall thread or math skill was for that particular activity.
Thank you so much. Same question, Principal Garber.
Thank you very much. I mean, this is one of the reasons we've been excited about the pilot. IAM's designed with access points for all learners, whether it's our English language learners, our students with different needs, and our students who need enrichment, without watering down the math. You know, multiple representations, discourse routines, like internal scaffolds, like allow teachers in the classroom to sort of differentiate within lessons rather than replacing grade level content. Like Dr. Quarles said, with the sort of the high ceiling, low floor stuff, these are consistent with the shifts that the city is implementing, and these are all good things. So we're super excited. Thank you.
Thank you. My next following question is for the teachers. How have your relationship to the curriculum changed over the course of implementation, you know the word, sorry. If at all, are there are there strategies that you develop to support your instruction and use of the materials? Sorry. 150.
I think it's important, as with any curriculum, is you're not using the curriculum as it's presented to you, because all these curriculums are made for all these different schools across not only the United States, but even across, New York City. So it's really about making the curriculum meet your students and where they're at and what their needs are. So I learned early on that I'm not teaching the curriculum as it's written for me. I'm using my teacher expertise and my strong foundation as a teacher to make instructional decisions based on the students that are sitting in front of me. So again, keeping that sense making in the forefront. How am I developing questions for my students that are intentional, thinking about, their assets, their strengths, and how am I adding those questions to further improve what the curriculum is saying, but to make more meaning for my students. So I think it's important that we don't just follow the curriculum word for word. We use our understanding of teaching math to also improve student outcomes.
Thank you so much. Same question for 150. I'm sorry, B's.
Hi, my name is Shobha Narayan. I am the 6th grade math teacher at Bees. I think one of the things that I do, as Ms. Tavella said, is to look at the students in front of me and look at what what the lesson or the curriculum calls for, and basically uh, change it or adapt it to them. So, for instance, in IM, I might not use the textbook as is or the student workbook. I might take the activities and make them into small group activities that the kids work on together on, a larger like chart paper so they can like chart their thinking. And then have them like work out what they think they should do instead of just having just a student workbook, giving them checklists to say, okay, did I do this? Did I do this? According to whatever the task is. And also, one of the things about IM that I love are the warm-ups, especially the mental math warm-ups, because I find my sixth graders coming in from fifth grade, a lot of them have been memorizing multiplication tables and things like that. And understanding how numbers are related can be a struggle for some of them. But if they see it up there and they're given a chance to think and say, okay, so if I know 6 times 5 is 30, then I know 12 times 5. Oh, what relationship do I see? Right. And it gives them, that I used to do like do nows, like strict do nows every day. And like what I've done now is use my warm-ups as my introduction. And it gives them that warm-up time to talk, right? So they're ready to talk and discuss with each other during the lesson.
Thank you so much. Thank you, every one of you guys who answered every question. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Dr. Quells. Thank you, Principal Garber, Principal Pembroke. Thank you so much, each and every one of you guys. And I turn it back over to Dr. McCoy. My name is Osaraman Michelle Elcock, and I'm your CEC president. Thank you. Have a good night.
President Elcock, we thank you so much for joining us in this session. Thank you to all the principals and teachers. Before we go into the QR codes and the links for you to give your opinion, I want to ask Amplify and IM a question for both of you. Anyone from IM or anyone from Amplify can respond. But we all would like to know, how does the curriculum help address diverse learner needs while still keeping all students on grade level content?
I would love to answer that question on behalf of Amplify. The notion of diverse learners is the standard, right? Every one of the students who walks into our classrooms, particularly in mathematics, comes with different backgrounds. And a lot of the emphasis in an Amplify DESMOS math lesson is on making sure that every student can participate from the moment they join the lesson. We like to think of it, and one of your colleagues mentioned the notion of warm-up, which is a big part of an Amplify lesson. But these tasks are invitations to students. They're invitations to students to be able to do grade level math today, regardless of what their background is, because we like to think that a student might be multiple years behind in terms of grade level, but they might only be a few minutes behind what they're going to do in class today. So those problems need to be really inviting. But at the same time, we need to be providing opportunities throughout the lesson for students with different capabilities and different strengths to be able to get differentiation strategies. So all throughout an amplified lesson, what you'll find are teachers being able to see how students are thinking, because the student thinking is visible at all times. That's a big strength of the platform. And then being able to provide the differentiation in the moment. And there's way more that goes beyond that, but that's a real core belief of how the system and how the curriculum is constructed, to be able to differentiate in real time and then to follow up on the lesson as well by seeing how students were thinking.
Thank you so much. Illustrative?
Well, one of the things that was mentioned throughout the session and to those who spoke about IM was the warm-up. Every single lesson in IM begins with a warm-up, and it is an invitation to the lesson. We want to make sure that we're starting off class with inviting students to share their thinking, According to research, love research, if students speak within the first 5 minutes of class, it is more likely for them to remain engaged throughout the rest of the session, throughout the rest of the lesson. So to us, it's really important that we are getting students to talk. There's a lot of partner talk throughout the lesson, and that is because we want to make sure that every single student voice is heard, whether that is with the partner, whether that is in a discussion, whether that is in the synthesis. There will always be an opportunity for students to engage and share their thinking, regardless of how minuscule it might be. The other thing that I will say is that at the moment, we have been working with teachers throughout the past few years to create a customized version of the Imagine IM curriculum. So after the 2026-2027 school year, we will not just have an Imagine IM curriculum, we will have an Imagine IM New York curriculum, because we have created this alongside teachers. It is a curriculum for teachers, by teachers, and as a former ICT teacher who worked with students with IEPs, I would have not left the classroom to work with Imagine IM if I did not personally believe in the power of a curriculum transforming the ways the students think. So as a former educator, there is nothing that I want more for New York City than a curriculum that truly creates opportunities for all students to engage. So I'll just say that I'm a proud product of New York City public schools, and I am excited for students to have a curriculum that allows them to share their thinking and create equity for all. Thank you all.
Thank you both. One last question. As a parent, how will your program get my child to MIT?
I will take that one first. We really believe that this program has an edge that gives students an edge over other kids that are not using this program. The DESMOS platform, which AMPLIFY has integrated with over the past number of years, is literally the world standard for math instruction. You can go, in fact, if you went to MIT right now and said, how do you use DESMOS in your classrooms at MIT? All of their hands would be up and they would be answering it, because this is a way to give students an opportunity to think, experiment, explore in real time, using their thoughts as the center of the learning, but taking them to a very rigorous place very quickly. So, you know, every single lesson in this program is unbounded in terms of the top end for sure. So we're going to find students reaching their full potential, but always starting from the assets that they're bringing to the classroom. I would love to have time to show you how universities across the country, high schools across the country are using this technology and this approach to instruction to make sure that students are getting that extra edge that takes them beyond what they might get with an ordinary textbook or a more traditional approach to instruction.
Illustrative, how will your program send my child to MIT?
Two things to that. We want to send students wherever they want to go, whether that's MIT, Yale, Harvard, Queens College, Smith College, former Smith alumni, wherever they want to go. Our entire curriculum is about critical thinking. We want to make sure that we are sending students out to the world and are able to think critically about every single aspect of their lives. So every single Imagine IM lesson is really heavily focused on discourse. And by discourse, I don't mean what is the right answer and how did you get that right answer. It's more about what was your answer and how did you get to that answer. We want to make sure that students are able to explain their thinking, that they're able to share and engage in debates with their peers. We want to make sure that they're thinking about the same question in a variety of ways. And I think that every single Imagine IM lesson gives students the opportunity to see things in a different way. I heard someone mention about the multiplication facts. Sometimes when we think about 6 times 12, oh, it's 72. Why? Because I did repeated addition. Some students are thinking about this as 6 times 10 is 60, and then 6 times 2 is 12. So 60 plus 12 is 72. So students really get to hear a variety of strategies from their peers, which allows them to go into the world and go into any career path that they choose because they're able to explain their thinking to those around them. So I think that our curriculum does a beautiful job of just making sure the students are prepared not only to represent their thinking, explain their thinking, but also to have meaningful and fruitful discussions with their peers about how they see the world and why they see it the way they do.
I appreciate you both, Amplify and Illustrative. Before you go, we do have some questions in the chat. We have individuals with their hands up. I'm going to allow those questions. However, I'm going to ask E for E to please put up the QR codes where individuals can simultaneously put in their thoughts. And I'm going to ask either Natalie or Patrice to please put the links in the chat again so that everyone can see them. So what's happening here is we have QR codes for your feedback. We have QR codes for students, educators, and parents, along with E4E. In the principal advisory group, we're going to go through everything that you say here to make a robust and informed decision about which curriculum we use for our students. So you have either QR code here on the screen or links in the chat. I'm just going to give a pause so people can think and get where they're going. And then in that silence, I'm going to bring in those questions, starting with Dr. Pembroke. But Dr. Pembroke, give us about 30 seconds so people can get where they're going. This is the quiet time where everyone finds where they are going for the survey.
Did you want us to do a survey for each program for Amplify and I am?
Natalie, how is the survey set up?
The survey is set up where we ask you questions, and based on your answers, it will tell us which one you'll follow the questions. It's one survey.
I know I've done it, but what I'm saying is because it asked me, one of the questions was which one did I see? But I've seen both. So I'm asking, do you want a
Please.
survey for
Yes.
each of them?
You have the opportunity to submit another survey. So yes, please.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, that works. And thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Dr. Pembroke?
Hold on, she got 10 more seconds. We got people doing 2 surveys. We really, really want those surveys.
We do.
We're not going to forget you, Dr. Pembroke, but I do want to take this opportunity before Dr. Pembroke speaks to thank Dr. Pembroke and Principal Garber. They were here at the inception of this town hall being created. They were a part of my madness when I was like, we got to do this and we got to do this big. And I thank you, Dr. Pembroke and Principal Garber, for making this happen. We had to keep doing some changes. The weather said, it's not going to be as big as you want in person, but it was just as big virtually. And I thank you both for writing this out with me. Dr. Pembroke.
So this question is for any representative from IM or DESMOS. My name is Dr. Pembroke. I'm principal of Riverdale Avenue Middle School. And one of the many challenges with implementing a new curriculum is change fatigue. But what we do very well here at District 23 is we move from change fatigue to change readiness. So what I would like to know from your perspective and how it would impact our implementation process, how do you move beyond just offering professional learning, professional development for our teachers, and also us as school leaders with varying capacity?
I'm happy to start us off again. And I'm thrilled to have Jen Miller with me today because Jen Miller runs all of our support across New York City right now. So in the last round of selections, most of the districts selected Amplify Desmos Math. So we have a very significant number of schools that we are working with across a number of districts. And this is very personal work for us. Amplify is based in New York City. We're based in Brooklyn, in Dumbo. So we have a team of an enormous team across the city. Our kids go to school here. Our families work in the schools. So when we go about supporting schools, it's an individual experience every time. It begins with, of course, understanding the district direction, but it very quickly becomes about working closely with the school leader to understand the dynamics of that particular school. We inevitably wind up in every classroom working alongside teachers. So coaching and supporting teachers in making change is an intimate process. It asks that they learn to let go of certain things, but more than anything for us, it's about building on the assets that they already bring to instruction. And that's going to vary for every teacher. So I would say that our professional development is embedded, it's deep, it's rich, it's ongoing. We are in there continuously, and it varies depending on the needs of each teacher and each school. Jen, if you have anything to add, I'd love to have you say a few words.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. I would just add to that we meet you right where you are, whatever that is, whatever the administrator supports are that are needed, we jump on that. We can do walkthroughs alongside you and help build that capacity. We believe in building the capacity through our professional development, and so that it's sustainable for teachers and for leaders. But it's really something that's tailored to a district, to a school, to a classroom, to a student support. So we take every bit to make sure it meets all of your needs.
Illustrative?
Yes, happy to jump in. So there are multiple ways that we support teachers throughout the academic year. One of those is, of course, job embedded coaching as requested by the district. We, of course, extend it to every district, but we'll be there as often or as little as you want us to be. We also have example lessons of teachers teaching the curriculum. Oftentimes, one of the questions is, yes, we talk a lot about problem-based learning, but what does that actually look like? So in the platform, we have example videos of teachers teaching Imagine IM so that teachers have an understanding of what does it actually look like in the classroom. And this year, New York City Solves has actually also started recording classrooms across New York City because we want teachers to see themselves reflected in the lessons that they are using. In addition to this, we do have professional learning embedded into every single unit. There are videos for teachers that walk them through the content of the unit. It doesn't matter if you've been teaching for a year or 20 years, having someone walk you through the math is always going to be a powerful tool. Beyond the professional learning that we have for teachers, we also have videos for families and videos for students because we want to make sure that everybody's getting the support that they need. And then the last thing that I'll mention is, as our collaboration with New York City Solves, we do provide professional learning for every single unit. We do unit unpackings for every single unit where teachers come together from different districts. They're not just collaborating with the teachers from their schools, but they're collaborating with teachers across the city to brainstorm, unpack, do the math together, and brainstorm strategies that will support their students. Last year, we had over 800 sessions across New York City. And this year, we're doing all of this support on site because we want to make sure that teachers are getting the support that they need when they need it. So lots of professional learning support embedded. We do believe in the quality over the quantity. So even though we do have a lot of sessions, please know that those sessions have been beautifully curated to ensure that we are supporting and meeting teachers where they are and when they need it.
Thank you. We have a question from Amanda Pitts. Amanda, just hold on 1 second. Before we end this, we were told that we are already over time. So I just want to give some thank yous to those who have to go. This event, just so that everyone knows, it was a collaborative effort made possible through the partnership of New York City Solves, Educators for Excellence, which you've heard us say E for E, D23 DPAC, we saw a lot of PTA, Title I on this line. The D23 Parents Council, thank you so much. I see we have Tanya Samuels in the house with us today as well. Thank you for all your help in pushing out these flyers and promoting. The D23 Community Education Council, thank you for helping every step of the way. Illustrative Mathematics, Amplify DESMOS Mathematics, Dr. Pembroke and Principal Garber. And this we extend on behalf of myself, Dr. Kirkland, and Dr. Phillips. We were just all in this together, and I thank you for making this a success for everyone to see what's happening through the curriculum. So for those who have to go, we release you. Those of you who are nosy like me and want to hear what these next set of questions are going to be, you may stay on for the next two questions. And then after that, because it's being recorded, we have to end after these next two questions. Thank you. Amanda and then Arundel.
I really liked that we got to see the student perspective of the lessons and have the same lesson taught from the different groups. We didn't get to the part of talking about the parent resources, so I just wanted to know if you can give a good summary of what parents can look forward to. I think Illustrative has like a newsletter or something like that, but what are the parent-facing resources?
Yeah, I can start with that one. Depending on your grade level, we have support all the way for K-12. We have a caregiver hub that parents can go, and every day for every unit, every lesson, there is a summary of what your students have engaged with in the classroom. And it gives you an example and then a try it so that you can work through it with your students and you can see the example from the day. We also have centers and games that you can engage with your students. We have it in both English and Spanish. There are different videos. There are refresher videos on there. So when students are needing to review, maybe they're not understanding, there are videos that they can watch that recap the day for them as well. For the littles, we have the unit stories on there that every unit starts with a story with characters, and the characters build throughout the lessons. They're intertwined in the lessons, and the students absolutely love them. It's their favorite part, to see the characters. And so we have the stories there that you can read with them as well. And so I tried to drop our caregiver hub in, but if you just search Amplify Caregiver Hub online, you'll be able to find the grade band that you're looking for and explore all that's there for you.
We also routinely start the year with a parent workshop, and at the request of most districts, so that we can talk face-to-face with families about the program that they're about to embark on as well.
Happy to jump in here for IM. In IM, we have the Family Support Hub. It is a website for families where we not only provide videos for every single unit, but we also have information about what is problem-based learning and what does that shift look like in our classroom. I think a lot of us might have a different experience in how we approach math when we were in the school. So we also walk families through that transition. Besides, in those videos, they're able to see what students are learning, but also how are they learning math? Because oftentimes one of the things for families is, I know how to do the math, but I just don't know the way that math is being done nowadays. So in those videos, we walk you through how students are learning math, what are the strategies being used, and what are questions that you can ask your students at home to make sure that you are extending the learning beyond the classroom. We also have family support letters. If you are not a visual learner, which I am. We also have family support letters that walk families through the entire content that the video has, but in written form. It is available in 10 different languages, and we are compatible with Google Translate, which allows you to translate them into any language of your choice. And then additionally, our curriculum is available in both print and digital. Anything that students complete digitally, families will have access to on their end. So you'll be able to see everything that your student completed and engaged in through the Imagine Learning Classroom. And then the last thing that I'll throw in here is we do offer those family nights as well. Not only family nights to walk families through the content and the curriculum, but also nights where they're engaging in the math. We want families to feel comfortable with the math. We often hear, I'm not a math person. I don't know how to do this new math that we're doing in schools. So we are always happy to offer sessions where we walk families through the math so that they're able to see that it's doable, and with the right supports, they'll be able to access those as well. Allison, I don't know if you want to add anything else here.
Thanks, Jen. No, I dropped our family support hub in the chat so you can see. It is available in 10 languages, but we can also use Google Translate for more languages than that. Thanks, Jen.
Next up, Elvira.
So based off of what I experienced tonight as a parent, right? I heard a lot of things about talking about kids who are in alternative housing. They jump around a lot. They're probably behind and stuff like that. If I'm 51, been out of school for a very long time, right? Can't stand math. But based off of what I did tonight, if I had to judge the two, I jumped into Amplified immediately. Not only did I understand what was going on, but if I was in a group setting, just as a student. So if I was a student who has been out of school or I'm lagging behind or what have you, I jumped into that program so fast and could connect with other people and literally explain what I was just taught in a 2-second tutorial that I got starting the program. I feel like that particular curriculum is outstanding. There's no way you can just jump into a math class for kids who don't like math and literally want to do this activity and be able to explain to people who are next to me in a group and say, this was fun. I can walk away with that excited about going into math class. I didn't get that same experience with IM because I walked into phrases, right? I looked at everything and I'm saying to myself, God, I'm being thrown in math. I'm looking at this and I'm totally lost. I don't know what's going on. If I was a parent and my kid came home with that, I'm literally looking at my grandmother saying, I can't help you. I don't know what's going on here. I couldn't explain. I don't have anything to remind me of expressions, right? I know that 2 parentheses next to each other means multiplication, but there's too much for you to explain to me that wasn't explained in the example. We're only talking about based on the example that we were given tonight. I would not be able to use that curriculum with my child. There's just no way. So if you're asking me my opinion about which one is the best, I'm going to say Amplify.
Thank you. Thank you. Amplify is getting some love tonight. Okay. Tiffany, and then Kathy.
Hi, teacher from 150. Just real quick, I would be remiss if I didn't bring up data. Boots on the ground, piloting IM in the 4th grade classroom. I have seen tremendous growth in just the 3 months that we've been piloting this program. We recently took our middle of year assessments and 43% of my class moved to whole grade level. So my tier 3 instruction group went down from 43% to 21% of my class. So that's a 22% decrease in tier 3. Whereas my tier 1 instruction increased. So from 14% of my students being on that tier 1 level, I have 29%, so an increase of 15%. So the data is matching. And I think that's a factor that us as educators need to also consider when we're choosing a program, because we need to see what works best for our students and what the data is showing us. So I just wanted to share that.
Can I just ask, are you just talking about IM?
Yes, I piloted IM in my classroom.
Have you used both of them? Have you been
No.
able to use both IM and Amplify?
No, I
So you're only talking about the perspective of just one of them?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, she can only speak about what she piloted, but I know we're over time. Maybe another teacher who has
So,
piloted Amplify can show data.
so
She
I'm
can
going to
speak.
just jump in. I'm Kathy Granchamps. I'm on the New York City math team. And I just want to say that any of the curriculums that were brought in front of you today, as a matter of fact, there are three core curriculums. There's iReady, there's illustrative math, also known as IM, and then there's also Amplify DESMOS, known as ADM. All three of these curriculums had to go through a rigorous vetting process to ensure that they aligned to the shifts in mathematics. All three of these curriculums, you saw two of them today because those are the two that most aligned to the district, okay? All two, I'll speak about the two. All two of the curriculums are heavily aligned to the shifts. In other words, there's not procedural, they are beginning with sense making. They have low floor, high ceiling tasks. All of them have the ability for students to develop understanding through discourse. Both of them that you saw today lean into understanding students' assets, understanding their areas of cognitions, and meeting students where they are. And all of them are shared high quality instructional materials where educators would be able to meet with one another, make sense of the materials so that they can impart that knowledge with their students. So when we think about the curriculum, I know we're talking about the curriculum today, but the goal is bigger than the curriculum. The goal is around getting our students to the shifts that I just mentioned. And we're trying to get students to those shifts because, as we know, we are developing our students to be ready for tomorrow. And what the technologies, somebody mentioned MIT, somebody mentioned some other, Ivy League institutions, prestigious places. The things that students are going to need to be successful in these spaces live in any one of these curriculums. So I would be remiss if I were to hang up from this call and not make sure that that was stated here. So we had different experiences. I will say that both of these curriculums are high quality instructional materials. We would not put them in front of you if either one of them did not have the capacity to help your students arrive where they need to be with the skill sets of critical thinking, innovation, flexibility, collaboration, all of those 21st century skills that they need to be successful. So I just wanted to leave with that. And we are also over time. And I want to be fair to the all of the parents, all of the different
De cette
constituents
réunion.
that have
Et je
joined us
voudrais
today
voir
to be
que,
here.
je voudrais remercier
I
tous
thank
les
you all for
parents
your
qui
time.
vont
Thank you to our curriculum vendors. Thank you to the districts. Thank you to E4E. Thank you, parents, families, constituents. I know we are well over time now, so my suggestion is that I'm going to just pass it over to Dr. McCoy so that we can close out.
Thank you so much, Kathy Granchamps. Good night, everyone.